At the current time, and not once during the past 31 years of the existence of this regime, has the United States possessed the willpower to do anything about the Iranian regime in Tehran.
I think President Carter felt that he could deal with the Iranians. It turned out he couldn't. Ronald Reagan thought he could. It turned out that he couldn't.
Clinton through Bush and now Obama.
At the current time, and not once during the past 31 years of the existence of this regime, has the United States possessed the willpower.
I don't think that one can proceed with this regime by negotiation. They regard this attempt to decide to negotiate as a sign of fear.
Ronald Reagan thought
there's only one
that he couldn't.
Clinton through Bush and now Obama.
At the current time, and not once during the past 31 years of the existence of this regime, has the United States possessed the willpower.
I don't think that one can proceed with this regime by negotiation. They regard this attempt to decide to negotiate as a sign of fear.
There's only one thing that the Iranian
The Obama administration is considering alternative strategies.
Secretary Gates told the White House in January it had no effective strategy in place for dealing with Iran's nuclear capability.
I don't think that
The administration may soon shift toward a strategy attempting to prevent Iran from using its weapons arsenal. The Obama administration is considering alternative strategies.
Secretary Gates told the White House in January it had no effective strategy in place for dealing with Iran's nuclear capability.
The administration may soon shift toward a prevent Iran
policies in place
from using its weapons arsenal. The administration is considering. For years, U.S. lawmakers have employed sanctions against the Iranian regime. The administration may soon shift
economic interests, military Europeans clearly still see Iran market businesses around the world.
For years, U.S. lawmakers have employed sanctions against the Iranian regime.
From around the world
The administration is soon shift
There it is, the McDonald Observatory. Wow, those guys got a nice house. So look at that. There it is. That's where we're going right now.
Awesome. My name's Rex Bear with Leak Project. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you for a second. What do you do with the observatory here?
I'm a public affairs specialist. I work down at the visitor center full time. I sort of serve as a bridge between the science world and the general public.
Awesome. Okay. Fantastic. And how long have you had an opportunity to work with these guys?
Let's see. I started in July of 2014, so this is almost 2 years of service.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Now, this question might sound a little bit far out there. Awesome. My name's Rex Bear with Leak Project. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you for a second. What do you do with the observatory here?
I'm a public affairs specialist. I work down at the visitor center full time. I sort of serve as a bridge between the science world and the general public.
Awesome. Okay. Fantastic. And how long have you had an opportunity to work with these guys?
Let's see. I started in July of 2014, so this is almost 2 years of service.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Now, this question might sound a little bit far out there, but have you heard in a planet called Nibiru?
I have, yeah.
You probably knew I was going to say that, didn't you?
I didn't know that.
Okay. I just saw you smiling when I asked that. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you had a lot of people ask you about that?
We have. There was let's see, how should I describe it? As an incident that gave us some really unwanted publicity regarding Nibiru and business. Just a couple of years ago, there was one of the researchers. He made a video, a prank that said he discovered Nibiru and put it on YouTube.
Was his name Paul?
I'm not at liberty to disclose.
Okay, I'm trying to get a hold of that guy because a lot of people are freaking out about that, and I thought it was a hoax. So I'm trying to get that verified.
Definitely a prank or a hoax.
Okay,
it was just a joke.
So that was a couple years ago. That wasn't recent.
Yeah, that's an old.
Okay,
thing,
that's good to know. Okay, I really appreciate you letting me know that because I've been telling people that in my opinion, is a hoax as well. So
absolutely.
Okay, so another question then. I heard Caltech say, 2 of their astronomers said that they found something in between Jupiter and Saturn.
Right.
A planet, possibly.
Well,
at least the news says that. So could you give me some information on that, please?
So the potential planet 9, it's a little further out than you suggest, between Jupiter and Saturn. It's more like 20 times the distance that Pluto orbits the sun.
Okay.
Or 100 times that distance. So much further than Jupiter and Saturn. And they haven't found it yet.
Okay.
At least not that I know of.
Okay.
Not that they've released publicly. They're looking at a bunch of icy bodies out there, the similar distance or further than Pluto. Looking at their orbits, see how they move around the sun, and it seems like there's a concentration of these orbits. They all kind of gather up in one place. Maybe there's a massive body 4 times the mass of the Earth at that great distance that's sculpting the orbits of those smaller, less massive bodies.
Okay, and so you've been here for 2 years, and you personally, have you noticed the sun itself has changed? It's more bright, it's wider than it was 10, 15 years ago. It's a little bit more extreme on the skin personally.
I haven't noticed anything like that, but I'm generally afraid of natural light. I stay inside, keep myself sheltered from it. But we do what's called a solar viewing program here every day at 2 o'clock and 11 in the morning. We look at the sun, show live images of it if the sky conditions allow. And it's changing, the sun, but it's just the same kind of changes that it always goes through. There's a periodic, regular fluctuation in its brightness and magnetic activity levels. We call it the solar cycle.
Okay.
And things have actually been getting quieter. It's lower levels of activity, less energetic outbursts. The sun is getting generally quieter as we approach solar minimum in the next couple of years.
Okay. And are there different filters and such on the different telescopes?
So the telescopes the visitor center uses to look at the sun, we've got 3 right now, and one of them looks through a neutral density filter, and the other 2 have hydrogen alpha filters.
Okay. I don't know much. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure many of my listeners will. So I appreciate that.
Basically, a neutral density filter. It's going to block all colors equally across the entire spectrum. Whereas a hydrogen alpha filter, it'll only accept 656 nanometer wavelength of light, blocks everything else. So
Okay.
you're seeing one little color.
Okay, absolutely. And another quick question, if I may. A lot of times you'll notice different patterns in the spraying of the atmosphere. It's kind of geoengineering a little bit, and I don't know what it's used for. Some people say seeding the clouds, blocking the sun, etc. But I've noticed the past 10, 15 years, it's gotten more extreme. Have you noticed an impact on what you can see with the telescopes based on all the stuff that they're spraying in the atmosphere?
The McDonald Observatory, the airspace around here it's an exclusion zone.
Okay.
So we don't get any commercial air traffic flying through here most of the time, unless they have to divert through here due to bad weather elsewhere. So we don't get any contrails.
Okay.
None of that is visible really in our area. Sometimes you'll have military flights.
Sure.
There's a base nearby, and they do training exercises and stuff like that. But the air traffic is very minimal.
Okay.
So I haven't noticed anything like that here.
Okay. And have you personally had a chance to see through all these telescopes?
Not all of them, but several. Yeah. I've looked through the 82-inch here. I just did a viewing on that last night.
Oh wow!
Looking at Saturn, Mars,
sure,
star clusters. It's spectacular. The 107-inch is pretty good too.
Yeah, I noticed they moved it when I got here. They're pointing it at something different since I got here.
They're doing the guided tour in there right now, and one of the things they show is the motion of the dome. So
okay.
Turning it around. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! And have you ever, or anybody here, seen something that could point to another planetary body, possibly, that shouldn't be there?
Oh, it shouldn't be there. I haven't
or at
heard
least,
anything like that.
Or at least that maybe I shouldn't say shouldn't be there, but more like it's something that was recently discovered over the past.
There were some things discovered here, like some of the moons of Neptune, first observed by Gerard Kuiper on our 82-inch telescope there.
Okay.
So that was like not really known, but I wouldn't say it wasn't supposed to be there. It's just we weren't able to see it without a big eyeball like this.
Right on. Well, man, I got to tell you, thank you so much for letting me pick your brain for a minute. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
This is just making sure that I'm picking up the right images, and I think I got all this here. So you have a wonderful day. So Rex Bear Leak Project.
Yeah, I talked to you on the phone, I think.
Were you the guy that I talked to on the phone?
Yeah.
Synchronicities, man. I'm telling you, how cool is that?
I'll be down at the visitor center until about 2 o'clock. So if you think of any more questions or anything I can help you with, you can just show up. I'll be at the information desk.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. I might actually do that. I might take you up on that. Right on. I'm going to walk back to my car. So thank you so much, man. It's great to meet you. Cheers. There you have it, folks. From the belly of the beast, the man with the plan. Now, I'm sure some of you are going to say, well, he's with customer relations, so he can't give out that information. But does he really look like somebody that works for the CIA or the spooks out there? No, he looks like a kid going to college or just out of college that's doing really good in life and fascinated with what's out there. What a nice guy, huh? I was really impressed with him. It's funny because I called him up earlier and we talked on the phone. And now I bump into him. So like I keep telling you guys, synchronicities. It's incredible, the synchronicities. I meet a guy the other day that made cameras that went to the moon. He made cameras that went around the world. I meet him a day or two after I talked to a good friend of mine that says she's convinced the earth is flat. And I said, well, what about the guys that actually flew around the earth and have footage of it? Well, she said that could be a conspiracy. Well, I have the information. I'm going to bring that to you guys as well. We're going to have a chance to speak with him. This is just incredible. Look at this. What a beautiful day, you guys. I'm also going to be back out here and do a media tour with somebody. I spoke with one of the managers of the media relations with the McDonald Observatory, and left a message, so hopefully he'll get back to me soon. Well, we got some books and bookshelves and a hallway and a bulletin board and a bathroom in there. I don't see anybody in there though. Oh, I wish I could get up there. was that? So that's where it's pointing. Tell. That's where it moved. Okay. I think. Maybe that's the back side of it. I don't know. Oh wow, look at that, guys. I don't know if you can see that or not. A computer system hooked up to something. And of course some more books. I wonder what that thing operates. Shucks, it's locked. Dang it. Well, they got plenty of liquid nitrogen. Keep it nice and cool. Or they take a lot of nitrous hits, probably.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this edition of Leak Project. I am your host, Rex Bear, and we have Robert Hastings with us, who has spent more than 40 years researching and seeking information of UFOs. He has interviewed former and retired U.S. Air Force personnel regarding their direct or indirect involvement in nuclear weapons-related UFO incidents. These individuals, ranging in rank and position, report extraordinary encounters which have obvious national security implications. In fact, taken to their logical conclusion, these cases have planetary implications given the horrific consequences that would result from a full-scale global nuclear war. To date, Hastings has interviewed more than 150 military veterans who were involved in various UFO-related incidents at U.S. missile sites, weapons storage facilities, and nuclear bomb test ranges. These events were described by these individuals leave little doubt that the U.S. nuclear weapons program is an ongoing source of interest to someone possessing vastly superior technology. Now, on September 27, 2010, Hastings hosted the UFO Nukes Connection press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., during which 7 U.S. Air Force veterans discussed UFO incursions at nuclear weapons sites during the Cold War era, and CNN even streamed this event live. Now, the full-length video is available at ufohastings.com. It's awesome to have you on the show with us, Robert, here at the Leak Project. How the heck are you?
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Now, we're going to pick your brain as much as we can here over the next 60 minutes. I first found out about UFOs hovering over missile silos and turning off their facility, essentially, about 5 years ago. I found some stuff on the web about it. So this is fascinating to me. The official story was these discs came over this facility and then all of a sudden it turned off, but they didn't really give any other details. So this is going to be really great to find out more about this. But if you would, please tell our audience just a little bit about yourself, and then we'll segue into the work.
My father was career Air Force, and in 1966-67, we lived at Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana, which is a nuclear missile base. He worked in a facility called the SAGE building, which was basically state-of-the-art radar, connecting with other radar installations around the U.S. that would technically try to prevent Soviet aircraft incursions in North America if, in fact, World War III began. In any case, these very sophisticated radars were picking up unknown aerial objects in the spring of 1967. According to the radar personnel, these objects were flying at enormous velocities. They were doing zigzag maneuvers. They were occasionally stopping and hovering in midair, things that no aircraft can do even today. And beyond that, apparently the targets correlated with missile sites. These unknown aerial objects were hovering above underground nuclear missile silos. This was a very pervasive rumor among personnel at the Sage building. I heard the rumor from my father. I was aware that something odd was going on, but we didn't quite know what. It was technically classified. However, in 1973, after I left college, I graduated from university, there was information published for the first time by a man named Raymond Fowler, a UFO researcher who also happened to be working for the Minuteman missile program via the Sylvania Corporation. And Fowler published information in a book called Interplanetary Visitors, in which he said his contacts at Malmstrom Air Force Base were telling him, as the Minuteman project manager at Sylvania Corporation, that UFOs were hovering over the missiles and the missiles were malfunctioning. That, in essence, not only confirmed what I had heard back in '67, but took it a step further, indicating not only were these objects flying around and hovering above the missiles, but according to Fowler, they in fact were impacting the functionality of the missiles. So quite quickly, I concluded this was very real, this was very important. I began voluntarily just actively seeking out former military personnel, veterans, to see if anyone else could corroborate these kinds of stories that we were hearing. And over time, through the course of the 70s, I successfully interviewed probably close to 30 former and retired Air Force missile personnel who were describing incidents that they were personally involved in, either as security personnel or missile maintenance personnel, in some cases missile targeting personnel, missile launch personnel, all of whom said this indeed has been going on, not only at Malmstrom, but other missile bases, where the security guards at ground level report a saucer-shaped object racing in at blinding speed, instantaneously stopping and hovering over either one of these launch control capsules or one of the 10 missile silos that those capsules control. And seconds later, the missiles begin malfunctioning. Documents have now been released through the Freedom of Information Act to a number of researchers, which confirm that these incidents have in fact occurred, that there are UFO incursions at nuclear facilities of all kinds, according to the documents, extending back to the 1940s and continuing even to the present day. And I obviously think this is important because I believe the public needs to know the facts. I've spent 35 years on the college lecture circuit trying to acquaint people with this. I've written a 600-page book, which is available at ufohastings.com, summarizing the tape-recorded testimony of over 150 former Air Force personnel that I've interviewed, presenting the documents as well. And most recently, we've completed a documentary film, which is available at Vimeo on demand, called UFOs and Nukes, The Secret Link Revealed. That is the latest effort on my part to acquaint the public with all of this information.
Yeah, I'm looking at the book right now, UFOs and Nukes, Extraordinary Encounters at Nuclear Weapons Sites. And the amount of information that you've compiled is just incredible. One thing that I've wondered before is how far back do these sightings, when was the first sighting they had over one of these facilities?
Well, a year after my book was published in 2008, I was contacted by a U.S. Navy veteran. He's a former fighter pilot in World War II. And he told me that his squadron was posted at a place called Naval Air Station Pasco in Washington State. Across the river from that naval facility was the Hanford site, which was the plutonium production facility for the first atomic bombs. The test in New Mexico, the Trinity test, the first detonation of atomic bomb. The plutonium for that explosion came from the Hanford site, as did the plutonium for the Nagasaki bomb. The Hiroshima bomb, on the other hand, was made from uranium. In any case, this Navy pilot named Bud Clem told me in 2009 that over approximately a 1-month period in January of 1945, several months before the end of the war, several months before Japan was bombed with the 2 atomic bombs, This man was saying that there were 3 separate UFO incursions at the Hanford site, and his squadron was assigned to, in effect, chase these objects away from this very sensitive top secret site. Now, this was prior to the era of jet aircraft. They were flying prop-driven planes, Hellcat fighters, as they were called. And he went into great detail, first on audio tape, and later I actually got him on videotape, describing all of this. In 2013, another researcher named Jan Aldrich was able to get documents from the 4th Army Group during World War II, based in the Northwest, and they confirmed, indeed, in January of 1945, precisely when Bud Clem said this all took place, the Army was picking up 3 unknown aerial objects, 1 object at a time, on 3 separate dates in January of 1945, maneuvering near the Hanford site. So even before the end of World War III, or excuse me, the end of World War II, we had the situation where the UFO phenomenon was expressing a very clear interest in nuclear weapons and was visiting our facilities.
Were there more sightings during specific eras, like with the Cold War, than there are now, or is it something that's been pretty consistent throughout the ages?
It's really difficult to quantify the situation. It's difficult to say how many incidents took place in a given era at a given location, simply because all of this is still very highly classified. If it were not for the few documents that have been released through the Freedom of Information Act, we wouldn't have a record of this kind of activity, UFO incursions at nuclear weapon sites, or if I had not sought out and interviewed these military veterans, we would really not have a good sense that this was going on. But the way that I have to proceed is really to learn of a veteran or have a veteran contact me who allegedly was involved in one of these incidents. My next step is to get their military records, what's called a DD-214, to confirm that they were indeed in the military at the facility they said they were working at the time, to verify at least that much of their story. And once that's been established, they were in fact at this base at a given time frame, then their testimony is taken and we try to correlate it with other incidents that occurred at that base or other bases during the same time frame. But it's catch as catch can, unfortunately. You know, I have to hear of a veteran, locate a veteran, get them on the record, or they have to hear of me and make some contact on their own. So we can't systematically say how many incidents took place at a given base during a given time frame, during a given era. All I can tell you is that, according to Bud Clem, this Navy pilot whom I mentioned a moment ago, we know that incidents were first taking place during World War II at atomic facilities. The latest one that I can establish beyond a reasonable doubt took place October 23rd, 2010, up at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne, Wyoming. There was a massive communication disruption. The base could not communicate with 5 of these underground launch capsules. A total of 50 missiles were impacted. These 5 capsules controlled a total of 50 nuclear missiles. For what the Pentagon claims was approximately an hour, 59 minutes, the base could not reach these underground facilities. In other words, the implication was, if suddenly, you know, President Obama had said, you know, the Soviets, or the Russians rather, are attacking us, we need to launch these missiles, the base could not directly communicate with these facilities underground. Now, when I heard about this incident, I thought there was probably a 50-50 chance that, in fact, there was something UFO related going on, simply because of the track record, the ongoing history that I've been uncovering. So in December of 2010, 2 months after this incident took place, I made an inquiry of a retired missile targeting technician named John Mills. He made some inquiries of active duty personnel he was in touch with at the base, who confirmed to him that indeed there were UFO sightings during this communication disruption. What we have from 2 separate then active duty, now retired missile maintenance personnel was that when this communications disruption occurred, and lasted actually 25 hours, much longer than the Pentagon will admit, these technicians said that maintenance teams were returning from the missile field. When they got back to the base, they were independently reporting over approximately a 25-hour period that there were sightings of a giant cigar-shaped object moving silently through the air at various locations within this very large missile field outside of F.E. Warren Air Force Base. And all of this was taking place precisely at the time that the base was having these communication problems. I suspect there was a direct correlation, and proving that would be another matter. Any assessment that the military did, the Air Force did about all of this certainly is still classified, and I won't expect to see it anytime soon.
Have you heard of the Battle of LA? And I'm not referring to the movie.
I'm aware of the incident, yes. I believe in early 1942.
Yep.
Where an unknown aerial object was sighted above Los Angeles, and artillery batteries were firing on it. I don't really know much more about it than what's appeared in the literature, but I do know that all of the theories that the skeptics have proposed to explain that away really fall short. They clearly had a target on radar. They clearly were aiming and firing on it with our artillery. And they're clearly, in even one photograph, you see an object caught in several spotlights. It's hard to see because it's highly reflective. Its shape, whatever shape it was, but clearly there was some physical object in the air that the artillery was targeting. Nothing was shot down. Whatever it was either escaped from any direct hits or was impervious to direct hits. We don't really know, but there seemed to be something bona fide, UFO involved with that particular case, yes.
Right. And the reason I brought it up is I'm looking at the actual news article from the Los Angeles Times, 1942, just like you said, right on the money. And you can see all these spotlights that are on this craft, and they were shooting at the thing for hours and they couldn't get it down. And there's another picture to the right of it where you can see the car that's been shot up from some of the bullets that probably bounced off it and hit the car, and just fantastic that this is still available for us to take a look at. You wouldn't find this in an article today in the LA Times. They would just suppress it immediately. So you find some of these hidden gems occasionally, and I wonder if it's the same craft that goes over these missile silos.
Well, the first missiles were deployed in the early 1960s, so we're talking about a 20-year gap between those incidents, the first missile case incidents and the one that you're describing in LA. So it would be hard to make a direct correlation, but again, what people at the missile silos in the early 1960s were describing were largely saucer-shaped craft. In some cases, they were cylindrical or spherical, but the majority of them were apparently disc-shaped. And I believe I've seen eyewitness testimony from the LA case of what someone was describing as apparently a saucer-shaped object. But again, from that photograph, really the only physical evidence that's available today, I think from looking at it, it's difficult to discern its actual shape.
So the people that have seen these craft that you've interviewed, the many people that you've interviewed, they haven't all came up with like a sketch or anything to say this was round, square, diamond shaped or whatever?
Some of them, have provided sketches. There are actually depictions in some of the declassified documents of what appear to be a saucer-shaped object with a dome. But those are rare. I mean, the witnesses who are describing these craft are saying the object was there for a matter of seconds. It was almost, it was very difficult to try to register its actual shape, but it did appear to be saucer-shaped. It did hover. It was very bright, and it raced away. It arrived in the blink of an eye, and it raced away in the blink of an eye. So the duration of the sighting is always described as very, very brief. The thing to remember, too, is that the eyewitness accounts come from the security personnel at these missile sites. The actual launch officers are 60 feet underground in the launch capsule. They do not have an opportunity to see these craft with their eye. What they are getting instead, as they're at their launch consoles, they get a telephone call from one guard or more guards, more than one guard ground level, usually panic-stricken, screaming into the phone, you know, sir, there's a large round object hovering over the front gate. And many of these officers have told me they were about to ask the guard, you know, what have you been drinking, or, you know, what are you saying? I mean, it was such an incredulous kind of situation. And before they could actually get a response from the guard, you know, the missiles began malfunctioning. On their console, they saw one after the other of the 10 missiles dropping off alert status, as the Air Force calls it, meaning that they were unlaunchable. And, you know, seconds after that happens, the guard screams into the phone, "It left the scene, sir, it's gone, it raced away." It's all very quick. But then, almost without exception, the two launch officers who are involved in a given case are debriefed, usually by what's called an OSI, Office of Special Investigations agent. It's an Air Force counterintelligence group. Those persons are asked to describe what they witnessed. The OSI agent takes down their account and then presents them with what's called a national security non-disclosure statement, which basically says that if you sign this and then subsequently talk about it to anyone, including you know, the person who was in the launch capsule with you, the other officer, if you talk to anyone about this, you're subject to 10 years in jail and a $10,000 fine. Very serious penalties for discussing these cases publicly. They're classified either secret or top secret. Many of these witnesses wait decades, most of them wait decades before they feel they can talk to me or the media about this publicly without sort of having repercussions. I've had people who I've encountered, it takes them 5 years before they're willing to go on the record, go on camera, go on audio tape, and describe what they're telling me verbally or in an email. So even decades later, these veterans are concerned that the FBI is going to knock on their door, or suddenly there'll be problems with them getting their retirement pay, or what have you. And the 150 veterans that I've interviewed, it's closer to 160 now, not one of them over the years has had any kind of difficulties with the Air Force or the FBI from talking about this. But the government uses that card, you know, the fear that they instill in these persons way back when these incidents took place, that you will never, ever, ever talk about this. And that prevents many witnesses from coming forward.
Well, certainly, if you're in the military and you get threatened with a decade in prison and all that other stuff, I can certainly see why there's probably so many people out there that have just amazing information to give to people. But because of that, who knows what'll happen. So one of the things, too, that I've wondered is with the technologies that we have now, you would think that there's probably some type of video footage or camera system set up around these silos. So if something was to get close to them, they could just start taking pictures and get footage automatically. Have you ever looked into possibly finding those types of images?
I don't know what the Air Force is doing these days, but during all of the era, the Cold War era, when the majority of these incidents were taking place, there were no camera systems. And why that is, why the Air Force does not want to try to capture these objects on camera, or even just, you know, intruders of any kind, you know, at these missile sites. I'm not sure why they don't have cameras, but they don't. Many, many times people around the world, when they report the presence of a UFO, electronic equipment malfunctions. So even if the government, even if the Air Force had cameras, it's conceivable that when these objects are present, anything electronic would malfunction.
Yeah, that makes sense. I could see how they would be one step ahead in that regard. Now, when you talk to these military personnel that have been in the Air Force and others, I mean, what is their energy like when you speak with them? Are they nervous? Do they think that they're going to get ridiculed?
Well, most of these guys are now in their 70s and even 80s. They're so concerned about going public, they waited decades to talk to me or someone like me. Some of the security guards I've interviewed, of course, are younger people who worked in the Air Force in the 80s and 90s. They're in their 40s and 50s. I've actually even interviewed a couple of security guards who are in their late 20s. They're not even 30. But those are rare. Most people don't want to talk about this until they're older and they feel that their career, whatever that career is, not going to be impacted by going public with something they were told to keep quiet about. But the older gentlemen who've talked about incidents in the 60s and 70s, they're emphatic. They say, I don't care what the skeptics say. The armchair experts, I was there, I know what happened. We lost power to, we had malfunctioning missiles that took us 24 hours to get back online. That occurred precisely at the time security guards were telling me there were UFOs hovering over one or more of the missile sites. These individuals were vetted by the US government to initiate World War III. I mean, if it had come to us having a war with the Soviets during the Cold War era, these persons would have turned keys, launched nuclear missiles that would have killed millions of Russians and Eastern Bloc allies of the Soviets. And so they were vetted psychologically. Their backgrounds were checked thoroughly before they were even put in those positions. Quite obviously very serious jobs. And yet over 150 now of these persons, either the launch officers, the maintenance officers, or the security guards, are now coming forward and saying UFO incursions at nuclear weapon sites, including the missile sites, are an ongoing thing. And on some occasions, when these incidents take place, the missiles malfunction. So I think we have to ask ourselves why this many of these individuals, we have scores and scores of persons who the US government entrusted with starting World War III, or at least guarding the missiles that would have started World War III, who are now saying that UFOs exist, they're monitoring our missiles, and they're even interfering with functionality. I mean, clearly something real and something very serious is going on.
Another thing, too, that I've wondered is when these craft show up and turn everything off, if the brass, the high brass, the military saying, okay, push the button, and these guys are pushing the buttons and nothing's happening. I mean, when do they finally give up and say, okay, well, didn't work, so we'll just move on?
Could you say that again? I'm not sure of the point you just made.
Okay, because I've talked to people before that have said, this gentleman by the name of Scott, I can't remember his last name, but he had some information about how when these UFOs would go over these nuclear silos, these missile silos, and turn everything off, they were doing it oftentimes because the military brass at the top levels were telling people at that facility to push the button, right? Okay, we're push the button, send the nukes out. And so
no, I don't. That's not credible. I'm unaware. I mean, I've interviewed dozens of these people. That does not even sound remotely plausible to me. We've not been in a position where, to my knowledge, and again, my sources go on the record. They allow their names to be used. I've vetted them. I have their service records. Not one of these guys has ever mentioned any kind of scenario such as you've just described. Now, unfortunately,
well, that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear
the internet being what it is, you have to separate the signal from the noise. You have to separate the credible information from the BS. And unfortunately, there are stories out there online from, quote, military veterans, usually anonymous persons. We don't know who they are. We don't know that they were actually in the military. We don't have any way to vet them, making very outrageous claims about UFO activity involving military sites. I think it's self-evident that each of us, when we read something online or see a video, we need to ask ourselves what the credibility level of that particular story or video is. And I can tell you what you've just described, the information that was provided to you doesn't sound plausible or credible to me.
Certainly the internet is like a bathroom wall. You can write anything about anyone at any time. And sometimes when I bring that up, I will often finish up with the word bonjour, because if you've seen that commercial where this lady is waiting for her date that she met on the internet, she's talking to her friend about how he's a supermodel from France. And when he shows up, you can definitely tell he's not French and most likely not a supermodel. And she's like, well, you can't tell any lies on the internet, so it's got to be true. And he meets her and he goes, bonjour. So I can definitely see that. And that's one of the nice things about the Leak Project is we interview people from all different aspects and different sides of the coin, so we can hear all the information presented. And oftentimes what people say or discuss, they may not have the sources that other people do. So I certainly appreciate you bringing that up. And I would like to add to that, with times that we've been close in the past, like with the Cold War, there was a few times that the doomsday clock was almost at midnight. And I've talked to insiders now that the information that they can give me, they say we're actually closer now to worldwide war than we were even in the Cold War. So what is your take on the possibility of maybe there were times in the past where they got real close to that nuclear annihilation? And do you think that the flying saucers or the UFO presence had something to do with there not being World War III during the Cold War?
Well, in my book, again, it's available at ufohastings.com on my book page. Don't go to Amazon if you're interested in the book, because I don't sell it there. Scalpers would charge you $100 for it. If you go to my website, it's $24.95. In any case, in my book, I have a chapter called Lucky So Far. And there are 20 incidents that either the American or the Russian government have admitted to following the end of the Cold War, in where we or they were minutes away from World War III. Most people have heard of the Cuban Missile Crisis. We know there was a 2-week period in October of '62 where it appeared that there may have been full-scale nuclear war between us and the Soviets. What most people don't know, Americans and people around the globe, is that the US and the Russian governments have since admitted there were at least 20 incidents where we thought the Russians were about to launch, and so we were preparing to launch, or vice versa. And at the last minute, it was found to be some sort of computer glitch or some misinterpretation of communications or something, human-based. But I'm unaware involving any of those incidents, with the possible exception of the Cuban Missile Crisis, where there was an indication that UFOs were at the ready, so to speak, whoever were piloting them, and prepared to intervene during those 19 other incidents. On the other hand, the Cuban Missile Crisis, back in 2005, I interviewed a retired U.S. Air Force jet engine mechanic named Chris Smith. He had indicated he was at Loring Air Force Base during the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was a B-52 bomber base. The B-52s carry nuclear weapons, of course. And he said they were at their missile or their bomber jet engine shop, the mechanical shops, and they got a emergency call, klaxons blaring, people running, trucks, gearing up to go to the flight line. All he knew was there was some sort of mid-air emergency involving 2 B-52s, which were flying out over the Atlantic Ocean in big circles. If President Kennedy had said, okay, it's war, then those bombers would have turned north, gone over the North Pole, and bombed targets in the Soviet Union. Until the presidential order came down, they were just basically flying big circles over the Atlantic. Well, apparently, according to Chris Smith, there was some sort of mid-air emergency, not defined, and so they all raced down to the flight line to see what was going on. He said that the first bomber came in for a landing as the second one was about to come in. They all noticed, everybody on the flight line, hundreds of people, noticed directly overhead a huge, what he described as a cigar-shaped object, appeared in the sky over Loring Air Force Base. He said it was so large you could have parked every aircraft on the base inside of it. It was just huge, perhaps 1 mile or 2 miles in length. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. He said that this object hovered there silently. The second bomber landed, and then the object left at a fairly good speed. They could see it traveling to the east and out of sight. Now, I interviewed his jet engine partner, who I'm not at liberty to identify, the man who was the other team member on his jet engine team. And that person would not deny what Chris said, but he would not confirm it. He did not want to elaborate on it. He got very nervous when I talked about it. And so what you have, again, and I have Chris Smith's military records, of course. I know he was at Loring in '62 during the Cuban Missile Crisis. You have this mechanic reporting that something very bizarre, very important took place involving UFOs at the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis. I have, over the last decade, tried unsuccessfully to find out if there were any other incidents at any other Air Force bases, missile sites during the Cuban Missile Crisis I've implored Air Force veterans who see my interviews, hear my interviews, to come forward if they were aware of a UFO-related incident in October of '62 during this very dangerous period of history. So far, other than Chris Smith's jet engine mechanic partner, no one else has come forward and talked about this. But it's ongoing. There's another incident that I cover in my film, which again is available at Vimeo on demand. The film's called UFOs and Nukes, The Secret Link Revealed. We have two other Air Force officers talking about a missile launch at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California in September of '64, which was captured on film. They were using a high-powered telescope camera to film these launches, to evaluate engine performance and other aspects of a given launch as these missiles went out over the Pacific Ocean. And two officers, a then Lieutenant Robert Jacobs and a then Major Florence Mansman, have independently said that on this one launch, we think on September 15th, but certainly in the fall of 1964, when they evaluated the film back at the base, they found that as the dummy nuclear warhead separated from this missile and was downrange about 500 miles, but still quite clear, visible in this frame, a disc-shaped object with a dome appeared in the camera frame, circled the dummy nuclear warhead, and according to both officers, fired 4 different laser-like beams of light at the object and the warhead, whereupon the warhead fell in the Pacific Ocean, 100 miles short of its target. The UFO then retraced its steps, left the camera frame, and went apparently back into space. So the implication is that not only can UFOs can come and hover above missiles in their underground missile silos and disable them, but they're actually capable of flying alongside of them in suborbit, in space as they're traveling several thousand miles per hour, and disable them in space as they're actually heading toward their target. In the film, again, Jacobs is interviewed at length. Mr. Mansman is now deceased, but his written correspondence about the incident is also presented in the film. So it does seem as if, on at least a small scale, whoever are flying these craft are able to disable them if, in fact, we launch them or the Russians launch missiles against us. But the question remains, can they, if we launch 1,000 missiles and the Soviets, or the Russians rather, launch 1,000 missiles, can those aboard the UFO actually cope with that kind of large-scale situation? We simply don't know.
Now, if you look through some of the more recent cases, what's the most recent that you've actually had an opportunity to hear about?
I mentioned earlier the incident at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in 2010. That was October 23rd and 4th of 2010, involving this communications disruption in Wyoming. And the actual missile sites were in western Nebraska, just across the Wyoming line. That's the latest incident that I know about that the testimony is based on military personnel going on the record. I have interviewed civilians who live in the missile field. They actually have ranches with missile sites on their property up near Great Falls, Montana, at the Malmstrom missile field, who've talked to me about ongoing UFO activity within the last year or two. I have a small group of civilians who know of my interests, know of my research, and they've agreed to contact me whenever something's happening in their area. And I've gotten calls, for example, from Hildreth, Montana, quite near one of the missile flights, the Oscar missile flight that was involved with the 1967 shutdown incidents that we were talking about when the interview began here. The gentleman who talks to me up there when things were happening said that he was sitting watching TV one evening and his whole house started shaking, didn't know what was going on, ran outside and found a military helicopter, Air Force helicopter at very low altitude flying over his house, causing everything to shake. And he watched it for a few seconds and realized that about 100 yards in front of the helicopter was what he called an orb, a spherical shaped object, apparently small in size, maybe the size of a basketball, or perhaps twice or three times that diameter, but certainly not a large craft. but it was luminous, it was glowing white, and it was quite clearly being pursued by this military helicopter, which could not catch it. And he watched this amazing sight as both the object and the helicopter went into the distance. So those are the kinds of reports that I'm getting most recently. I make a point, if unless it's absolutely unavoidable, not to talk to active duty Air Force veterans, because I don't want to ruin anyone's military career. I don't want someone to get in trouble because they've talked to me about this.
That's definitely understandable. Now, what has it done for you after researching all of these people? Has it changed your perspective on the ET phenomenon?
I do think that these craft are being flown by non-human entities. I don't know who they are, where they're from, how they get here, why they would be interested in human affairs. I think probably what we call UFOs have been around for thousands of years. They probably have bases here somewhere on Earth from which they operate. This is speculation on my part. Obviously, I don't think they suddenly became interested in mankind at the beginning of the nuclear age. But it's clear to me, based on just the radar data alone, you have hundreds of reports from military radar operators, some in document form that have now been declassified, many are still classified, where objects capable of flying thousands of miles per hour, instantaneously stopping in midair or doing right angle turns at high rates of speed, have been tracked by military radar all over the world. These simply cannot be military aircraft from any country on Earth. Therefore, I believe we have an outside third party, probably ETs, and based on the testimony I've gotten from all of my veteran sources over the years, it's clear that whatever they're up to, whatever their overall agenda is and timetable for our planet and our species, one of the things they are quite directly involved in on an ongoing basis is their monitoring and tampering with American and Russian nuclear weapons. We haven't really talked yet about that. The fact that there are documents now in the public domain that were smuggled out of Russia by a journalist named George Knapp in 1993. He interviewed a number of former Soviet military personnel, one of whom, Colonel Sokolov, gave him, amazingly enough, still classified reports about a UFO activating a group of nuclear missiles in Soviet Ukraine on October 4th, 1982. And according to the document that Knapp amazingly smuggled out and had translated several years ago, down in the launch capsule at this nuclear missile base, for 15 seconds, the missiles went into launch mode, countdown mode, and preparing to launch as far as the launch officers knew. And they were terrified. And at the same time this was happening, other personnel were describing this huge disc-shaped object hovering directly over the base. And all of this is in the documents that Knapp brought to the United States. According to the Soviet military, they could find no cause, no prosaic reason for these anomalous missile activations. At 15 seconds, everything did return to normal. The missiles did not launch, but it was clearly a UFO-related incident at a Soviet missile site. So again, the things that are happening in the U.S. were also happening in the Soviet Union during the Cold War era. We seem to have, whoever they are, they're not playing favorites. They're monitoring and tampering with both American and Russian nuclear weapons.
Now, also, I saw a little clip on your YouTube channel that shows this red laser coming out of these UFOs and hitting the targets, almost like it was scanning or something like that. So what do you think that laser was used for?
The gentleman who described that incident to me is a retired major named Galen King. He was at Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota. He believed the incident took place in the summer of '66. There were a number of incidents involving UFO activity at the missile sites. He described to me two of his security alert teams racing out to a missile silo. Alarms had gone off at that silo indicating something was amiss. Galen King was one of the launch officers back at the launch capsule. I believe he said Echo Flight. Anyway, he was underground and listening to the guards proceeding to the silo to see what was causing these alarms. Galen King says, in my film on camera, what you've seen is a trailer where he's discussing all of this, but it is in the film itself where he's saying that the guards called back and said, sir, for lack of a better term, there's a flying saucer hovering above that missile and there's a red light going down to it. And as he got further information from the guards, they were describing something more like a laser, a very thin beam, not like a searchlight of any kind, that was directly falling from the UFO onto the capsule, onto the silo lid rather. Galen King, the launch officer, said there was no damage to the missile in that particular case. It did not malfunction. He would have known about that back at the launch capsule on his console. There would have been an indication of some kind of malfunction. In that case, apparently there was no disruption of the functionality of the missile. Galen says on camera that it had to be some sort of analysis. He said they probably analyzed the warhead, quote unquote. So there are variations on the kinds of incidents that are taking place, but that one, as illustrated in my film, is based on the testimony of this retired Air Force major.
Now, have you actually seen anything doing these interviews and stuff? I've talked to people before. Matter of fact, I talked to Preston Dennett yesterday, and he's got about 30 years of UFO research, talked to many people that have actually been abducted. You know, he's on a little bit of a different path, but very similar. And he writes in one of his books about how once he started doing this research, then he himself started seeing things, and he calls it the UFO disease because he tended to notice more anomalies in the sky and stuff as well. So has it changed like what you have seen? Have you had any encounters that you were like, wow, this is X-Files kind of stuff?
I've seen, I would say 8 or 9 objects at this point. I would have to go through the incidents one by one and add them up. But beginning in college, I believe it was 1970, I saw a glowing sphere moving just above treetop level, meandering through the trees and going off into the distance. I've also seen what appeared to be saucer-shaped craft in New Mexico in the sky, far away, fairly far away, but as far as I could tell, they were circular in shape. In Albuquerque one time with a group of people, I saw what appeared to be a silver cigar-shaped object in broad daylight. It didn't have any exhaust or tail fins or anything like a cruise missile would have. So again, I have seen probably, I believe, 8 or 9 of these objects that I could not identify as conventional aircraft. I grew up on military bases. I never lived anywhere but on Air Force bases until I went away to college. I know what aircraft look like. I know what they look like on in various atmospheric and lighting conditions. These objects were not aircraft. I'm also an amateur astronomer. I know what stars and planets look like. I can tell you where most of the planets are on any given night just because of my familiarity with the databases. I've seen meteors. I've seen bolide meteors. And again, the objects that I saw, the ones I've described to you, clearly were not prosaic phenomena such as astronomical objects or conventional aircraft. I can't say that I believe that my sightings have any direct bearing or result from my UFO research. The first ones I had were in college before I really began actively interviewing these veterans. So there was already, a pattern of sightings before I got involved. I look at the sky a lot. I love clouds. I love stars. I love just natural phenomena. So I probably look up at the sky more than the average person, and I would attribute that fact to the fact that I've seen a number of these objects, as opposed to most people who are looking at the ground or the traffic in front of them.
Oh yeah, or Naked and Afraid on TV. That's the new craze for many of these people. But regardless, I got to tell you, Richard, you are just a plethora of information, and I would recommend our listeners go to ufohastings.com if you want to purchase the book UFOs and Nukes: Extraordinary Encounters at Nuclear Weapon Sites. You can also pick that up on the website, and then go to Vimeo. Give us the link again for Vimeo for the movie.
The documentary film is at vimeo.com/on-demand/UFOs and nukes. And you can either rent the film or buy it, which means unlimited downloads. It's been very well received. It's gotten rave reviews. It's really the culmination of the research I've done. An Albuquerque businessman named Jared Tarbell and his wife Lori have been very supportive of my work. They paid for the film over $150,000. The only reason it exists is because they, like me, believe that the public deserves to have this information. And so I am actually in Jared's studio at the moment doing this interview. If someone doesn't want to buy my book, if they don't want to buy the video, then they can go to my website and read one or more of my articles for free. And I think they will be impressed with the quality of the information. These are vetted military witnesses, or on my documents page, declassified documents which have been authenticated. It was not some prankster typing up in his basement and putting it online. These all came directly from government agencies. So the information on my website is credible, it's documented. I believe public education is essential to all of us being aware of what's going on. I don't expect the government to come clean anytime soon. People who claim that disclosure is just around the corner, I think they're engaged in wishful thinking. There's no evidence to support that belief. I've been hearing stories like that since the 1970s. No government has anything to gain. They have everything to lose by acknowledging that this is going on, this is real. The impact, the potential implications for humankind, from a religious point of view, social point of view. Stock market could collapse if this is announced and some people freak out. No government's going there voluntarily. I think the phenomenon itself is going to have to kick it up to another level. They're going to have to do some sort of ostentatious worldwide display and let us all know this is happening, because Washington and Moscow aren't going to tell us about it. So again, I think the best thing that we can do, the average person, is to educate oneself at the grassroots level. If you go to my website, whether you buy the book or purchase the film or just read the articles, if you think it's credible, send the link to my website to 10 other people and ask those 10 people to send it to 10 people. And slowly but surely the word will get out.
And when you had CNN actually stream that live when you talk to the military personnel, that's pretty darn close to disclosure, in my opinion. I mean, they're never going to come out and say, like, yes, there are aliens. But the fact that they actually did that, I think that that's a step in the right direction. Now, they might have tried to spin it and only show certain parts and come out with commercials at specific times. And there's many things they can do to not get the point across, or at least push their agenda. However, that in and of itself, I think, is pretty cool, right?
Well, again, that really wasn't from the government per se. It was from a news network. But yes, I have to say that the co-sponsor of my press conference, former Air Force captain named Robert Salas, who was involved in one of these missile shutdown incidents at Malmstrom Air Force Base in 1967, he and I were frankly surprised that CNN showed up at the last minute and agreed to live stream the whole press conference. Again, it is available in its entirety. It's a little more than an hour in length at ufohastings.com, but you can actually see the 7 of these military veterans going on the record talking about UFO activity at nuclear weapons sites. But much to my disappointment, even though the story, the press conference, the dramatic testimony from these veterans did get worldwide play through CNN and other major networks around the world, other major news organizations covered it: CBS News, NBC News, ABC News, Fox, very conservative network, covered us very objectively. We were quite impressed and happy with the level and the objectivity of the coverage we were getting. But within a week, it all died down. It was as if it never happened. We were hoping that some investigative journalist from somewhere in some country on planet Earth would realize this is worth following up on and would contact these veterans and interview them at length. That did not happen. It was almost as if, this was a one-day story or a one-week story. Now we're moving on to something else. I don't think that the mainstream media gets it. They don't understand that this is not a story that you squeeze in if it's a slow news day. It's a major story. We have nuclear weapons in here, the U.S. and the former Soviet Union being shut down by unknown entities capable of doing feats that we can't, and flying craft that are technologically orders of magnitude beyond what we have. It's clearly that's more than a 1 day or a 1 week story, and yet it died off. And again, that's almost 6 years ago that took place, and you won't see much serious news about UFOs on a day-to-day or week-to-week basis in the mainstream media, certainly.
Well, that's because people have to watch their latest sitcom and sporting event or reality depression TV show. Or they have to go on social media and type about what's going to be for dinner and, you know, just project all these selfies of themselves while they're eating a steak or something. It's really fascinating times that we live in, and I really enjoyed watching the people that actually were interviewed on that video, because I did watch it, and it's like these guys they're very mature, they're intellectual. You can tell that they don't have the how do I put this? They're just very normal, you know what I mean? They're not like somebody that's out there with blue hair and their ears pierced and all these tattoos all over their body saying, yo, man, I saw some UFOs out there. It's just like these guys were trained by the military, and you can tell that they're very credible sources. So I just really appreciate that. And we've only got a few minutes left, so I just wanted to ask you one more question before we close out tonight, Robert, and thank you so much for coming on the show with us. Planet X, and I'm asking you this because you mentioned that you're an astronomer. Planet X seems to be on millions of people's minds right now, and it's been talked about since, you can go all the way back to the 50s. I'm sure they've got old school articles about Planet X being found somewhere in the solar system. Supposedly it's talked about in the Bible and the Sumerian tablets and other things. Yet I'm still agnostic, but I've noticed that the sun itself is a lot more intense than it was 15 years ago, 20 years ago. It seems a lot brighter, wider, larger. You can see chemtrails being blasted in the atmosphere constantly. And I do know the difference between a contrail and a chemtrail based on commercial flights, etc. So do you think that there is like this second sun approaching, or what's going on with the strange stuff outside of the Earth? What are you seeing?
Well, you mentioned I'm an astronomer. I'm actually just an amateur astronomer. I went to university to be an astronomer, and then I flunked calculus and decided to go another direction. But in any case, I'm very conservative in the way I approach this. I am not personally convinced that chemtrails exist as anything real or independent of contrails. I'm aware of the Zachariah Sitchin, let's call it, account of what his interpretations of ancient Sumerian tablets reveal in terms of a race of beings from another planet in the solar system that has a very erratic, very elliptical orbit and only approaches Earth in long duration period. I'm aware of all of that, but I'm unable to convince myself there's enough credible information to verify the reality of all of that. I've tried to keep it to the nuts and bolts. You know, I'm talking about radar data. I'm talking about credible, vetted military witnesses who are talking about pattern of activity at nuclear weapon sites. All of this can be established in a court of law as being real beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm interested in various aspects of the UFO phenomenon. I'm interested in the abduction phenomenon, although that's not my area of study. I've met people through the years I consider very credible who have described having these kinds of experiences. I believe there is something to it that can't be explained away, as the skeptics try to do, as being something psychological or suggestive or whatever. But again, I can only talk about what I know. When I go public, it's to discuss something that I have researched personally. I haven't taken anyone's word for it. I have, you know, documents confirming what the veterans are saying. I have multiple individuals talking about a single incident, for example. Beyond a reasonable doubt, the type of information that's being provided would hold up in a court of law to prove this, that, or the other. So, you know, people are willing to, are welcome to believe what they will relating to UFOs. I would simply say there are liars out there. There are charlatans. There are persons who are psychologically unbalanced. They can type stuff into a keyboard and it ends up in cyberspace. You need to be very careful when you go to a given website and someone makes a claim. You need to ask yourself, unless you're just really dumb and you don't mind being taken, advantage of. Ask yourself what the credibility of this person is. What are his or her statements being based on? Have they vetted the witnesses? Are they presenting information in the public that you can independently verify that they vetted those witnesses? Don't just take their word for it. No, you owe it to yourself as an intelligent person to ask all of these questions before you accept the validity of anything anyone says on the internet. There are people that just like spooky stories. The spookier, the better. They don't care what the credibility of the information is. That's fine, but you really shouldn't buy into that unless that's what turns you on. If you're looking for the truth, if you're looking for facts, what I call the signal, not the noise, then you really need to vet your own information, anything that's presented to you online.
I'm glad you brought that up, because to close out tonight, the movie Independence Day #2 is coming out today, Insurgents. And in that film, you can tell they're really pushing this fear factor of ETs. You've got these giant spaceships coming to blow up different cities and stuff. And with the information that you've brought to the table, it sounds like the exact opposite, because with the technologies that these UFOs do have that people have seen with their own eyes, very credible sources, they're way above and beyond any of the stuff that we know about, at least currently. So it'd be very easy for them, in my opinion, to wipe us out, unless there's ways that we can overcome that technology. So it's probably the opposite. So I really am glad that you brought that up for us. And once again, folks, I'd recommend going to ufohastings.com. Check out UFOs and Nukes, Extraordinary Encounters at Nuclear Weapon Sites by Robert Hastings. Also, folks, check out our website, leakproject.com. We have exclusive content on there, updated every single day, sometimes 2, 3, 4 podcasts in a single day. YouTube.com/Clandestine Time Lord. If you subscribe, you'll have access to the latest podcasts first and free. Thank you for joining us, folks. This is Rex Bear. Be the change you want to see. Good night.
And I'm not saying they're crooked or they're out to fool you or anything, because they're getting these vibes, these feelings and all that. But to be able to sit down at a table and read the feelings and the thoughts of someone halfway around the world, that's a little bit different. And so, the thing does take a lot of training to separate sixth from the seventh sense, from the psychic sense. And your subconscious has this ability, but to keep your conscious mind out of it and to keep the logic out of it, back to your point here, we do not tell the controlled remote viewer anything about the target. Now, at times, if we have a very complex target, we may say, here's your target. Please focus on the activity aspect of it. Ignore all the location descriptions and all that. Just tell me about the activity. Other than that, we never tell them what the target is. What we'll do is, and this is one thing that Ingo started, we'll say, this is project 970406, question 7, what's the answer? And that's it.
Nice. I like that. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things too, that for those that just aren't educated at all in how the protocols work, and they think that it's, like you said, that four-letter word, it's psychic abilities. And here's one thing that I've noticed about the subconscious. whenever I have a specific gut feeling about something, and I'll just give you a couple of quick examples. I'm a fan of martial arts myself, and I like to watch the fights a lot. I'm certainly not one of those guys that would want to go in the cage, but it's fun to sit back and watch them throw fists and kicks, and that their abilities are absolutely amazing. But anytime my gut tells me someone's going to win, and like, for example, with the Conor McGregor fight where he lost, I knew he was going to lose that fight just because my gut told me. When Ronda Rousey lost, I knew she was going to lose just because my gut told me. And the majority of the media was saying the exact opposite. When TJ Dillashaw won, I just knew he was going to win that title from Barrero. And these are all just completely lopsided fights, yet I knew that was going to happen because my gut told me so. Every single time, it's always been right. And I think that is your subconscious. So your subconscious naturally just uses that ability.
Yeah, and it's very common for us to get that gut feeling and talk ourselves out of it, or else dismiss it or whatever. And we learn to do that in our culture.
If you would walk us through maybe a cornerstone or foundation where somebody could actually practice themselves and get to the point to where maybe they wanted to pursue further, they could contact you guys at the Controlled Remote Viewing.
Okay. On my website, crviewer.com, there's a menu item that says freebies. And in there, one of them is the target of the week. I try to post a target every week that is a practice target. We have over 400 of them now, and nobody is tracked. Okay. When you come to my website, nobody is tracked because I don't want to know. And if you do it has a little thing at the very first before you select a target that tells you sort of how to work it. And if you do poorly, you don't have to tell anybody about it. If you do well, you have bragging rights to anybody you want. So, but they're good targets, and they're designed for all levels of remote viewing expertise. Even shoot, if Madame Zoltar wants to come in, and try those targets, they're designed to work for natural psychics as well. And it takes me about 4 hours to design any one of these targets. But we have these targets there for you to try. And there's a little introductory page up at the top. It tells how to treat the targets and how to do that. But generally what we do is we give just a number, and usually the number is the date. The date has no relationship whatever to the target. And so like today, we would say, this is target 160510, and describe it. And give it a go, see what happens. Most people who try these, because they are designed to be good practice targets for anyone, they surprise themselves. They do pretty well at it.
Now, your website, crviewer.com, do you get quite a few people on there actually that take this test that from just different walks of life and locations around the globe?
I don't know. We don't track anyone. And so I don't know. Now, as far as training in our classes, yeah, we've had people from all over the world, different countries, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, from Yemen, Arabs, everybody, and all different professions and so on. We've even had people come in to learn how to gamble. And they're making some good money at it too, by the way.
It sounds like Marty Rosenblatt. We had him on the other day. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, I know Marty. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the Applied Precog Institute, and he actually he talks to people about making money off of their intuition, making more money that way. That's pretty cool.
It actually works. We haven't been banned from Las Vegas yet.
That's good. That's good. I mean, why not use it to your advantage? Obviously, I mean that makes sense. Listen to yourself and go with that. Now, when you were with the Stargate program, I mean, the Soviets were pretty far advanced in that time as well, weren't they?
Yeah, actually, the real history of this, Adolf Hitler had a project named Dr. Grunbaum, Dr. Greentree, and it wasn't a person; it was a project. And Grunbaum means green tree. As much as Hitler despised Jewish people, he was extremely interested in the Kabbalah, and he thought of himself as very Christian. He had read in the Bible that I won't give you this question, but the Bible states that the reason Adam and Eve were kicked out of the garden is not because of original sin or because they misbehaved or anything. The Bible says, let's kick them out of the garden, basically, lest they also eat of the tree of life and live forever. And Hitler wanted to live forever and get to where he ruled the entire world. And so he was very interested in this. And he had this project, Dr. Grunbaum, that was working on mind control, on psychic spying, and all this other stuff. And so when he lost the war, Russia, England, the US, and France pretty well just divided the spoils. Well, nobody wanted all that psychic stuff, except Russia. They were interested. And so they took it and they developed it. And by the mid 1960s, the US was, losing classified information like it was going through a sieve or something. And so because one of their scientists tried to defect and come to the US, he brought the documents about this. And that's where we learned that they had psychic spies. Well, people laughed at that, but then they started looking at the documents and they said, uh-oh, they're getting our information with a bunch of psychics. And so, at that point, they had to say, well, if it works for them, maybe it would work for us too. And so we could collect information about everybody else using psychics. So that's where they started the psychic spying program. A little bit after it was started, Ingo Swann got involved in it, developed the controlled remote viewing, and that's when it really honestly took off because of the accuracy rate and because of another feature about controlled remote viewing that the other remote viewings don't have. Let's say a guard is walking the perimeter of a secure facility and the dog that's with him, the guard dog that's with him, suddenly alerts, looks up in the air, he's going to report that. And the next day, there might be a committee that meets around a table and says, uh-oh, do we need to change to plan B? Well, with the controlled remote viewing, the dog never alerts. You can't get caught. And there's no psychic that can tell they're being remote viewed if you use the strict protocol of controlled remote viewing, you can't get caught. So the enemy would never go to plan B. We would have their plans, and so the accuracy stayed accurate.
Wow. Now that sounds kind of frightening for some, buddy that might think, hey, I've got this valuable information, and I don't want somebody tapping into my mind to get it. Now, that's pretty incredible too, if they're not going to be able to even see or sense that, because most people think that everybody has the ability to counteract anything. I mean, there's a reaction to everything. So that's incredible. And that reminds me of what Courtney Brown has said many times, where when they do these remote viewing things or these remote viewing sessions, that people don't pick up on it. Yet when they've done it with certain types of extraterrestrials, certain ETs can pick up on it, and then some can't. So I'm wondering if there's a certain part of the mind or whatever that allows, this extra chromosome or DNA strand or something. It's interesting.
Not the human mind, but when you're talking about ETs,
yeah,
that can be different. I'll just go into this. After the military, I was asked by a branch of the government to do a study paper on to compare and contrast ET psychic ability to human psychic ability. And remember, that was the main feature of it. Okay. The study that I did was because I was given access to many of the things that never made it into Project Grudge or the Blue Book or anything like that, because they couldn't be denied. And so anyway, in studying these, I found out that we can take the ETs of all different kinds and species and all that, and put them into 4 main categories. We've got those who are more psychic than us and those who are less psychic than us. In each of those 2 categories, we've got friendly to us and unfriendly to us. The unfriendly, non-psychic ones tend to not come here. They don't like us. They don't want us. They don't want to be around us. The non-psychic friendly ones come here for trade. The psychic friendly ones actually want to help us develop our abilities and become stronger at it. And the unfriendly psychic ones want us wiped off the planet. They want us dead, period. No questions asked. I couldn't figure out on those last 2 categories why. And so I kept reading, I kept delving into these things, and one day I figured out why. It was the one thing that keyed it off was that this UFO came up over this group of campers, and as they watched it come, and they were talking back and forth to each other, and as soon as it got over them, they froze. They went through an abduction experience and all that. And then it dawned on me, the ETs may be stronger psychically than we are, but they don't have any range. And as far as humans, we can see across the universe and space and time as easily as we can see across the room. And if we develop that, we will become a major power in the universe as soon as we get out into the universe. And that's why the friendly ones want us to develop it. It's also why the unfriendly ones don't want us to develop it, and in fact want us dead, because there's a chance we will.
Let me add to that, if I can, Lynn, because you brought up something that's really powerful and really kind of hits home at many levels. I see things around me that are so disturbing, such as health care, in my opinion, for the most part now, can be death care. You know, you look at many things put in the food supplies, the water supplies, and just the whole system in general seems to kind of feed this dark ecstasy program, not really helping others. And I wonder, is it because whoever is at the very top levels knows our true abilities, so they're trying to like keep us docile by putting more fluoride in the water, keeping the truth from us, and giving us all these false carrots at the end of the stick to kind of get people on these paths that don't really matter, keep people engulfed and Dancing with the Stars and Kim Kardashian? Or is that because that's what most people want, so they just give people what they want? They fill their cup to the brim and say, there you go, drink your stupidity.
I think the last is the method for doing it. But the first thing that you said, I have no proof of that, but I firmly believe it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just a personal belief. I firmly believe it. Yeah.
Because I mean, if you use common sense and if you just add those things together, it just certainly seems to make a lot of sense. So, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So now you knew Glenn Wheaton too, or you know Glenn, don't you?
Yeah, I
He's a
know
friend of
Glenn.
yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he was featured in the movie Men Who Stare at Goats, also the book, and classic. I thought it was a great film.
He gets sort of upset to hear me say this, but it's true. At the beginning of the movie, it says you wouldn't believe how much of this is absolute, you know, how much of this is true. Len Cassidy, first of all, the book, The Men Who Stare at Goats, mentioned on the first page, and it goes right on from there. And the movie has Lynn, L-Y-N, not G-L-E-N-N. But I would never say that George Clooney played me as the character, because I know the history of both units. Now, Glenn was not in either unit, the 1st Earth Battalion or the remote viewing unit. But he was consulted on some of the things that the military had done along this line in research, and he was in on some of the research. But the events and the people in that movie are things and people that are spread over like 20 years of time. And probably about at least 90% of the events that are shown in the movie actually happened. But
how about the helicopter trip? Sorry to interrupt, Lynn. How about the helicopter trip at the end where they take a whole bunch of acid and they go flying in the desert?
The helicopter was stolen, and by the sergeant who actually killed the goat. It wasn't me. No, I did kill the computers.
I was going to ask you about that. It's funny you brought that up, because right before I called you, my computer, the first time, the computer was doing excellent and it was running like a top. And then I go to Skype, and then my computer froze up completely, where I actually had to reset it to call you up. I was wondering if that was you saying hello.
No, I punched the wrong button. I'm sorry. I would like for it to be more magic than that, but I just punched the wrong button.
Well, talk to us about that, because you did basically cause a computer to like shut down, didn't you? So they were going to try and turn you into like a super machine.
In the U.S., about, I think at one point they estimated around $50 million worth of computers, intelligence computers. Now, an Intel computer sitting on a desk right next to the secretary's computer, the Intel went down, the secretary's didn't. And so it was strictly Intel. I found out many years later that that our Intel computers were not the only ones. The Russians, the East Germans, even the Australians in Australia went down. And so I try to never get mad, because bad things happen because of that PK ability, I guess. But yeah, That's why General Stubblebine, or General Hapgood in the movie, came out and had me standing right before him and said, "Did you kill my computers with your mind?" And I knew that I could lie about it, and that if I didn't, my great grandkids would still be paying for computers. But I said, "Yes, sir, I did." And he said, "Far effing out if I ever got a job for you." And that's where he took me back to DC, hopefully to form a unit where we would initially be able to teach people how to be able to destroy enemy computers, with the end goal of being able to control the data within enemy computers, so that, if they sent a missile toward us, we could make it go into the sea or back at them. And if they had some kind of development that was very crucial, we could screw up the data in their computers and make their projects fail or whatever. And that was the goal. But Congress had been caught back in the 60s doing, sponsoring mind control.
Mm-hmm.
And they said,
Ultra stuff.
Oh yeah. And, basically what Bert Stubblebine told me later, he said, they didn't say no, they said hell no.
I just don't understand why. I mean, I would think that with that ability, they would just want to harness that, master it to the point of it just being a finely tuned machine. Okay, so I want to get something.
Actually, this was another problem that the remote viewing unit had, and that is that with the controlled remote viewing, and with proper tasking, there are no more secrets. And you're going to run a government or a military without secrets. That's scary to politicians. It's scary to military people. It's scary to the mafia. It's scary to even police departments, to any corrupt person. And the controlled remote viewing unit and the viewers in the unit, there are a lot of people scared of us. Really are.
Now that makes sense. That certainly, okay, I can go with that, because you're right. There are no more secrets. That reminds me of the movie that came out, I think, in the 90s called Sneakers, where you remember that, Robert, who was in that film? Well, great film. They basically came up with a machine that had software that could crack every single code in the world, whether it was Russian code, whatever. And yeah, I mean, that's just what you're doing, though, is you're tapping the code.
That's old hat. Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're unlocking the codes in somebody's mind. I mean, so with that said, now Courtney Brown makes it in his opinion, he says specifically, if you're doing a remote viewing session, you can't know what the target is, because if you do, then your mind comes up with its own interpretation of what you're supposed to see. So can you actually see something like you do when you remote view, not knowing what the target is, as well as you can if you know what you're looking for? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're never allowed to know what you're looking for. But when you have an extremely good, extremely well-trained, and extremely experienced controlled remote viewer, there comes a moment where you can't help but know. You've gotten so many descriptors, you've gotten so much information that the village idiot would know. And at one point, even a thing that is even extremely rare for the best controlled remote viewers is called the perfect site integration, or some people call it bilocation, where let me give you an example. There was one practice target where I had this perfect site integration, and the target was a little village up in the mountains in Switzerland. And all of a sudden, I didn't know anymore that I was sitting in the remote viewing unit at the table doing my session. And I was standing on the street in this very cold, sunny day in a mountain town. I saw a man and his son come out of a bank across the street. The bank, I could clearly read it. Not like in newspaper and dreams, but I mean, absolutely, you cannot tell that you're not at the target. And I went over and jumped in the car with them as they drove off, and through it, I would look at the street signs that were passing, write them down, and you know, write down things that I was seeing along the way. And all that the monitor had was just a name that he had picked off of a map. And so we went to get feedback from National Geographic and wrote to the information center in that town. Come to find out, I had missed one of the street names, but all the others I had them accurate. I had described everything, and we got pictures of it. And during that time, I could not tell that my body was actually sitting at a table in Fort Meade, Maryland. So it can get to that, but that is extremely rare, even for the most experienced controlled remote viewers.
Okay. And I've also noticed that the real good remote viewers not only see it, but they can taste it, they can smell it, they can everything.
Oh, yeah.
All the different perceptions. It's like they're inside of it.
That's stage 2. There are 7 stages that we teach, and that's stage 2. I mean, after you have made your squiggly lines and your wavy line for water and all that, then once you get good at that, we immediately teach you how to taste the water, run your hand across the grass, slap your hand up against a metal thing to see if it's hollow or solid, and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the easy part.
That's incredible. And have you ever learned how to influence others? Let's say back in the Stargate days, did they teach you how to tap into somebody's mind and influence what their next move is going to be?
Here is another place where I'm going to be very cautious about my wording. Okay. We were forbidden to do active mental work, which means remote influencing and remote control of another person. Now, I did develop some of it on my own, using the PK ability. And in the Ingo-Swann methodology, there is one little window in the structure that actually lets you turn this into a two-way street so that you can influence the target as well as collect information about it. But the military and the government absolutely refused to let us do that. We were there to collect intelligence information only. And they were very adamant about that. We didn't do active mental work in the unit. I seriously doubt that I'm the only one who didn't do it on my own, you know, and on their own, because the opportunity is there in the Ingo-Swann method. And this is another thing that's different about controlled remote viewing with psychics and other forms of control of remote viewing is that many people think that they control someone else, and if you actually test it out, that's very rare. It's very possible with controlled remote viewing, but we were never allowed to even do anything like that in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. And do you think that there's possibly maybe an even more black ops, secret, underground bunker type facility that is using these type of, that's taken all this stuff from your project, the Stargate project that you were part of, and then it's okay, the new project's called Universal Gate Squared or something, I don't know, where they've just taken all your work and now they're trying to refine it and take it to the even next level, more hush hush, less people know about it, etc.
I get that question a lot in interviews, and I have two stock answers. Okay, one is when you retire, they quit telling you secrets, and and the other is that I definitely hope so, because we did a lot of good. We saved them a lot of money by, giving information so that the military didn't go off on wild goose chases. We also saved them money because in our unit, every military unit has to be funded for equipment and personnel. Well, in our unit, the personnel was the equipment, so they got us for half price. But the other stock answer that I have is that I am not a spokesman for the U.S. military, and so I would not feel comfortable in venturing any information about that.
Now, that is a excellent answer, and I can certainly appreciate that. And I know that we're getting close to the the end of the hour here, so I would like to ask maybe a couple other questions real quick, if I could, that I think would be pretty cool. If you could describe some more of these remote viewing experiences that you've had with extraterrestrials, could you talk us through a few of them that really kind of open your mind and just say, okay, the first thing that comes to my mind is this one experience, this one here?
Okay, for the ETs, there is a place in Australia where it's basically the ET entry point to the Earth. The friendly ones come there and then go out across the Earth. They don't just come in from all over, But the target was one time that, and I found that I bilocated on that one too, had the perfect site integration, and drew pictures, drew sketches of what I was seeing. Found maybe the first baby ET that's reported. I know they talk about hybrid children and all that. This is a baby ET. But also at that place, it's sort of like we would call an airport. It's where they come in, unload, load, and all that, both cargo and beings and all. And at that place, all of a sudden, one of them turned around and talked to me and said, we know you're here and it's okay. And, do you want me to show you around, in fact? And I said, well, I'm just looking. And he said, okay, well, it's okay for you to be here. And so I looked around and reported everything I saw. Come to find out, Ingo and also Pat Price, who was considered to be a better remote viewer than Ingo even, had viewed that same location and had basically found the same thing some 15 or 20 years before that.
No, what was it? What did it look like? I mean, were there certain?
Well, it's inside of a mountain, so it was a closed-in place, but it was 2-story or 2 levels, very, very large, and the people were on the upper floor, and cargo and things like that was evidently taken care of on the lower floor. I didn't go down there, but afterwards, one of the members of our unit had a friend over there in the military in Australia, and called and said, anything going on over there? And the guy said, no, mate, this is the most boring assignment I've ever had. If it weren't for the UFOs coming in and out of that mountain, we'd never have anything to do. And
And this is in Australia.
in Australia, yeah. We located, over a period of time, we located 5 working facilities on the planet. There are probably more, but we located and did extensive work on 5 of them. But now we did that on our own. We were not tasked by the U.S. government to do it.
And all 5 of these locations were in mountains in Australia?
No. One's in Zimbabwe, one's in the Pyrenees, one's up in Alaska, and that one is now not operational anymore. The other one is in, oh goodness. I'll think of it later. I forget where the
wasn't
other one is.
Dulce, New Mexico, was it?
No, we never studied that.
Okay.
We never studied that one, but I think I get enough eyewitnesses around here telling me about it that I think that one's probably real too.
I actually went out there, Lynn. It was so cool the way that it happened. I was actually coming back from a funeral last year over Labor Day weekend, and the funeral I had to go to was in Utah. Coming back, we couldn't find any hotels. The only hotel we could find was in Dulce. So we had at a casino out there, right? So we had to kind of drive a little extra further to get there because everything was booked. And it was just so cool the way that it worked out. I mean, talk about synchronicities. We went and we asked around. I met somebody out there that actually gave us a tour and took us up the Archuleta Mesa, which is supposed to be where the underground base is, right? And unfortunately, we weren't able to make it to the top of the mesa because the vehicle that I was driving, I didn't have a good enough spare tire, and it was getting really rocky and steep. So I got kind of nervous, and we turned back around. But we're going to go back out there again and hopefully spend a couple nights out there and get some video footage at nighttime on top of the mesa. But everybody that I talked to that lives out there and has lived out there their whole life, they've all seen something, whether it be lights in the sky or weird anomalies and UFOs. So I think that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, a friend of mine runs a dairy over in Roswell, and he's old. He's been running this dairy, and at 2 or 3 in the morning every morning for the last 50 years, he takes milk around to the different stores and things like that. And he can tell the difference between an airplane and not an airplane, and he keeps telling me, yeah, you want to come over and see the UFOs? We've seen some of them here. But he says there's rarely a morning around 2:30 or 3 in the morning that you don't see them.
Do you know what they look like? Can you describe some of these ETs to us?
Everybody says, what do they want? What do they look like and all that? There's not us and them. There's us and them and them and them and them and them and them, all different kinds. And in fact, the 4 categories that I wrote about in that paper, each category will cover multiple species, because there are grays that are psychic and friendly. There are grays that are psychic and not friendly. There are grays that fit into all four categories. There are probably each species has some planet or something that they come from, I don't know, that that fit into each of the four species, four categories. And so what do they look like? I have seen a few. The ones that I've seen was a first classic little gray. Another one was, I guess, about 6.5 feet tall, built like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and just dumber than a rock. I mean, you say hello to this guy, he'd be stuck by an answer. He'd be stuck for an answer, you know. And he was at the beck and call of the gray, and there were three of them that I saw. I've seen some others and had experiences through the military with others, but I don't really talk about them a lot, you know.
Were they like reptilian type entities, mantis, insectoids? Were they Nordics?
The body shape reminded me of sort of, I guess you would say, insectoid. I wouldn't call them insects, but the body shape reminded me of the shape of an insect, yeah.
Like a mantis alien or a mantis or mantid?
Yeah, that would, the body shape would remind me of that, you know, more than anything else.
Were they tall?
The one I saw was sitting down, so I don't know.
Like at a table?
No, at a work position, working alongside humans, in fact.
Oh my goodness. Okay, and this was back when you were with the Stargate program?
No.
Okay.
I had other highly classified work before the Stargate program.
Wow, you realize, Lynn, you just completely blew my mind right there. And it takes a lot to do that. I really appreciate that. That is absolutely incredible. Wow. Was it nice?
What? The other work?
The mantis.
Oh, I didn't interact with it. I just saw it.
Okay. It's like Star Trek kind of deal. Like did it have a suit on, or was it just?
It was sitting in a row of positions, electronic positions, and there was a row of humans, and one of them, you know, it could have been somebody who knew that there was a stranger coming into the skiff, the secure facility, and so put on some kind of a costume. I don't know. I looked down a row of equipment and saw it sitting there in a row of humans.
Wow.
So,
wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that with us here. I mean, that is just a really cool testimony. And it makes you wonder, right? I mean, maybe they did put on some type of costume to mess with you. Were you like new? I mean, maybe that was their way of, you know, kind of like in college, I guess.
There was a time when desktop computers were first coming into the military, and I had clearances, just phenomenal level and phenomenal number of clearances, and I could program computers. And these black ops units didn't have anyone to program for their special needs. And so I would go around and find out what needs they had for the programming and program for that. And so I would get read on to many of these totally black op units. And at one point, it got to the point where I would walk in and I would say, look, don't tell me anything that I don't want to know. Just tell me what you need for a program and I'm out of here, I'm gone, you know. Because some of them, some of these black ops units would give you nightmares if you knew what they were doing. And some of them would make you angry that they don't let everybody know, because they are so good and so beneficial that you think everybody should know about this. Everybody should have access to this. But, you know, they're research units and other units like that. So there's extremely good, extremely bad, and everywhere in between. But if I kind of got a vibe when I walked into a black ops unit that maybe I didn't want to know everything, I would tell them, you know, hey, don't tell me anything I don't want to know. Just what do you need for the program?
That's incredible. And so you've just basically seen almost everything under the sun. Your life has certainly been nothing short of extraordinary. And I would like to recommend our listeners go to crviewer.com if you'd like to learn more about controlled remote viewing. Or
let me add in there that we have training pages that I haven't taken down yet. I have stopped training, but I have 5 students who have trained to become trainers, and they're very good. And so I'll have information about them up on the page as soon as I can get to it. Okay.
Great. So if they want to contact you, there's the contact us section, and you're going to update that for them. That'd be fantastic.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I got to tell you, this has just been great, Lynn. I certainly feel honored to have spoken with you, and I wish you the very best on everything. And nice to know that there's people like you out there that have, you know, been through the trenches, lived to tell about it, and sharing it with us here. And I just really applaud you for giving other people the ability to gain these opportunities. I mean, that's just absolutely incredible. Who doesn't want to be a mental Jedi? And all you have to do is put the time and effort into it.
Right. It's not for everybody, but I think that as a race of, you know, as a species, we need some mental Jedis very badly. We need some people who can say there are no more secrets. So quit trying to keep things secret, you know.
Absolutely. 100%. Right on, Lynn. Yeah, it's just great to speak with you. And folks, I would like to make sure that you guys know about our new website that's been recently updated. This thing is just awesome. leakproject.com. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/clandestine Time Lord. Get access to all the latest podcasts first and free. This is Rex Bear. Have a fantastic evening. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for this edition of Leak Project. I am your host, Rex Bear, and we have a great guest with us tonight, folks, Ray Koselandich. Ray has been a contactee for over 50 years and has encountered dozens of different extraterrestrials for as long as he can remember. His father was also a contactee, and Ray puts together meetings once a week on disclosure. You can check out his YouTube channel at Ray Kosulandich. Ray, thank you so much for spending time out of your day with us here at the Leak Project. How you doing?
Real good. It's a pleasure to be here. I thank you, Rex, and it's, you know, I was looking forward to doing this, so you know, here I am. I'm at your beck and call, so whatever you want.
Well, it sure is. It's a blessing to have you on. There's been a lot of people that I sent out information to, let them know that you were coming on the show. They're big fans of your work. I mean, you've been all over the place as far as doing interviews and talking to MUFON and people involved in the disclosure movement. And, you know, I got to tell you, the fact that you have so much knowledge and, you know, drawings and memories of these different species that you've made contact with, I mean, just how cool is that? You've lived truly a science fiction movie, and that's amazing. I've seen a couple UFOs in my time, but I certainly have never been inside the mothership. And if I have, they did a good job of clearing my memories. So, you know, if we could, let's get into just an insight on your life. You know, tell our listeners about your first abduction experience, and the more detail, the better, because, you know, this is just absolutely incredible.
Well, the whole thing boils down to this, and I will get into that because I know my life story like the back of my hand. We're talking 3 generations. My late grandfather in Yugoslavia, he was a lumberjack. My late father was implanted at 5 years old. And I came in the picture in 1959, age 12. I grew up in a town called Dogtown in St. Louis, Missouri. And but I want to get back to my late grandfather. He was a lumberjack, and he would take a break on a stump of a tree, and my late grandmother would give him 5 sandwiches. He'd have his coffee, and out of these woods came this 12-inch dwarf in all colored clothes. He would sit on a stump with my grandfather, and my grandfather would give him a sandwich, and they would talk. And this would happen quite a few days. But the reason that this 12-inch dwarf was in the picture, my late grandfather know that one of your sons, my late grandfather had 4 sons, and my dad was the one that was chosen for one of the sons to be in this, and one of his grandsons, which was me, to be chosen. This was all planned out for us, to meet many ETs for information. We never knew what the craft looked like or what was inside. So what I'll do from there is, I lived in a town called Dogtown, and every Saturday morning I would go across the street. We had these enormous street lights, because everything back in my time was built pretty solid. These were huge street lights. I used to love to hear the ping off the light, and I had 2 big boulders that break the light. And it just happened to be this one Saturday morning, I was getting ready to throw little pebbles, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw this metallic ball coming towards me. No sound. Come over me about 30 feet in the air. Little kid with 12 years old, I was going to pick up the boulder, throw at this object. It would fall, break in half. This is a little 12-year-old kid. Like, a little bit bigger than a basketball. When I stepped back to throw, I saw these little windows with these little tiny figures. They're part of my Fab Four. My very first encounter was with my little 3-inch buddies from the 5th and 7th dimension. And I was out there for about 45 minutes with the shine a beam of light on me. And it was like a little driveway. And this first house, it went up over the house, shot down, and went straight up and disappeared. So I went inside, and my mother was cooking breakfast, and my dad was sitting in his favorite spot in the kitchen. He had this little pad he would drop raw on. So I started drawing what I'm seeing. And my dad jumped up and he saying all these big words. I didn't know what he was talking about. Where'd you see this? And I said, right out the front. Before I could say any more, my dad was running out the front. My mom was following. This is the only time my mother was ever in this. So I had to go out and get him and bring him back in. My mom went back to cooking breakfast. And my dad says, tell me everything you know. And I said, if I tell you everything I know, you're not going to kick my ass, because I was trying to break the light. He kind of laughed at that. My dad was 8 grade education, but he knew he wasn't alone no more. So he had somebody to console with. And we're actually going to go meet E.T. that night. But before we did, he thought more of my mother than E.T. He went grocery shopping. He bought all the groceries, 2 loaves of bread, and then we go meet him. So we're in this area. We see the crap coming across the car, and it blinked its light twice. That was a signal. My dad, the next exit was his, and we came down this road, and the car died, and there was this giant flying saucer. So we're sitting in the car in these Serpo grays, which are part of my Fab 4 from the plant Serpo. There was 6 of them coming toward the car. They told us to get out of the car. They talked telepathic. So we're walking with these Serpo grays, and we see this door kind of come down. We walk in. They put me in one room, my dad in a room. I'm 12 years old. I'm crying, screaming. They're scraping me, taking seat from me. I'm sure my dad's going through the same thing. And I seen this like yellow blanket coming from the ceiling. It lands on me, and my head and my feet are exposed. I can move them. And I'm trying to punch through this sticky yellow blanket, and I can't do it. So I figure my dad's going through the same thing. So finally, they take both of us and put us in this room with these colored chairs. And I noticed around the inside of the craft, there's like this fiber cable, and underneath there is these real vines. And the leader of the Serpo Grays was talking to my dad, I'm on 12. And I saw these handprints. They were real different. Like one would raise the craft and one would start whatever. There's like 7 different handprints built into the units for what each one would do. And I saw this one Serpo Gray, they're vegetarians. He took the vine and stuck it in the side of his hand. And I nudged my dad and I said, Daddy, he's feeding himself. It was one little thing we would pick up from each one. What I want your audience to understand is we're not in spacesuits, we're in t-shirts and jeans. These people are coming from inner and outer galaxies, and through time they're carrying germs, radiation, magnetic field. So we're walking out of the craft, and there was like 6 Serpo Grays behind us. Immediately, me and my dad bent over, and our noses were bleeding so bad. It wasn't even hitting the ground. It looked like a chain necklace. It was going from one nostril back into the other nostril. Because I'm hitting myself in the chest, and I'm looking over at my dad because I thought we were going to die right there. So after noses stopped bleeding, they're walking us to the car. So we get in the car, and we're watching the Serpo Grays leave, get in their flying saucer and take off. I turn around to the back seat, and I saw everything was there, but the bread, there was 2 loaves of bread missing. That's when I grabbed my dad by the arm and I said, Daddy, I said, everything's there, but the bread, they took the bread. So the car started. We were heading back to the 4 family. We would go in the backyard and talk. And I looked up at my giant and I said, every time we see the star people, we bring bread. My dad laughed. Second time we went to meet him, we took 5 loaves of bread. Third time we went to meet him, we took 7. That was a magic number. My dad didn't laugh no more. My dad met half of these star, that's what they're called, ETs, but they don't like the word alien. And this was all planned out for us. You know, what the craft looked like, or the people and creatures inside. There was an incident where we're going to go meet the giant one-eyed Cyclops people. So we, same kind of area type thing, and this ramp, and we walk in.
How big are they?
These
giant
guys
Cyclops people.
These guys are, I was just getting ready to say it. These guys are 8 to 10 feet tall. So we walk into this room. We're in this like circle room. It's kind of lit up. And here's these 6 giant 8 to 10 feet tall one-eyed Cyclops people. The leader, which I found out later by the name of Zuda, I was crying and screaming. My dad was ready to take 2 or 3 on. He kind of figured these guys would rip us apart, eat us, whatever. And Zudot picked me up with one hand, and I'm kicking my legs and screaming and crying and doing everything, going through my mind. When he put me up to the giant eye, I felt the warmth and the love just like that. I quit crying, screaming, kicking, and set me down. I walked over to my dad. And that's when we heard the magical words, "We are your friends. We're not here to harm you. We're here for information." And the majority of it's 34 now. I'm eventually going to meet number 35, but the good ones were there for information because they were telling us we were destroying the planet and we needed to turn everything around. And the 4 bad ones that participated in this were just there for their benefit, and they didn't care if we made it or not. And we never wanted to see these people anymore. I sent you, if you went to ufohub.net, you'll see my part 1 and life story and all my drawings. But it's really awesome the way they did this. We never knew what the craft looked like, what was inside, and the planet to where we knew what was going on. It was the greatest education we had. We don't go to school for this. And it's still going on for me. Because before my dad's dying day, I told my dad I would find out the why, what, who, where, and when, and I'm getting real close to this. And my Fab 4 are the Elephant Man. His name is George, a human name given by my good friend, Dr. Sam Muggsy, because I've done a lot of radio shows with her. She gave him the name George. He's from the 13th and 14th dimension. The Nardiques look exactly like us. It's usually the Nardique and his wife. They're from another dimension. Serpo Gray from the planet Serpo, and my little 3-inch guys from the 5th and 7th dimension. I was meeting these guys anywhere every 2 months. But now, in the silent year of 2016 and the major year of 2017, it's days and weeks. Matter of fact, I just talked on telepathically a couple nights ago. And about 2 weeks last Sunday, because I got a pretty good fan base, and all my friends are always irking me saying, "Ray, why don't you take pictures of the craft?" They don't care how many pictures you take of the craft. They won't let you take pictures of them yet. I don't have a cell phone. I'm still old school. I got my Apple phone. I met with them in the wee hours on that Sunday 2 weeks ago. And George gave me confirmation from my friends. Whoever took the video, it's on my Facebook. It's probably on my YouTube, part of YouTube itself. He's in a giant cigar craft, 4 football fields long. I don't know how wide it's huge. Got all these windows. And they took a picture of this live cigar craft. And I was just on that craft in the wee hours of the morning, so there was a lot of confirmation from my friends because I was getting emails the next day going, "Wow, Ray, you were on that. That's George's craft," so that was cool. But what's going on now is I've been their voice for 55 years, and I've never called a meeting on them. When I'd go, I'd hear what they'd have to say, and whatever they say, good or bad, I would tell my people my meeting. In this last meeting we had, that show, February 25th, the Dr. Sam Muggsy show, when they were ready to take me back, and I said, "We're not going." And George, the Elephant Man, kind of knew, but the other ones were surprised. I said, "You guys are going to have a meeting with me." I said, "The people on planet Earth are ready, the majority of people, to go. Get off this planet we're on, where we live." I said, "I've been your voice for 55 years and kind of the voice for people down here. I'm not the only contactee. There's other contactees saying other things. Some of them are different. And you guys need to, whoever you choose, to come down here so that people can see you're real and show yourself." So we kind of ended it there. But before we were leaving, George, my Elephant Man, said, "Raymond, that's what they call me. That's my given ET name." we've been your friends for a long time. We're going to take care of you and your people. So then they walked me back to the car. I was talking to my friend Chris in Panama, and George come on. With a lot of your people, you might even hear you on your show now. There'll be some heavy breathing. That's George. My Fab Four listen to this show right now because they want me to get this out. And he came through our mics. And he was talking telepathic to me. And he said, Raymond, we're going through the great ones. That's who they have to speak to in order to do what I was asking them to do. Because the people are always asking when they're going to come. And that's what they're doing now. So whoever they choose to come down here for contact, it's going to be the right ones that won't scare the hell out of everybody. Because when I was 12 years old, they sent the 3-inch guys to me, which was for 12-year-old kids. That was the right ones to send. It wasn't the giant ant people or the one-eyed cyclones people. But speaking of the giant ant people, she's a female by the name of Teeny. They have wings, they can fly, just a female. They're 6 to 7 feet tall. Me and my dad were in the same scenario on their craft. They have a craft that looks just like a giant ant. And they got a craft that if you take a turtle out of his shell, it's a shell, but it's black with red lights. And we're in the same scenario. We're in this room and 6, 7 giant, 6 to 7 feet tall giant ants are circling us. And Teeny, they talk telepathically. And that's when it came out and said, we are your friends telepathically. We're here for information. And basically what it is what we've been doing to this planet, you know, with the chemtrails now, and they're putting poison in our water, oil spills, and in our food. Back in my day, we didn't spray them tomatoes and gardens. Today we spray everything. In a 20-year period, we're killing ourselves and the kids of our future. And I understand what's going on down here. I got a lot of power backing me up. I'm not afraid of nothing. You know, we're gonna make it. For the people that are ready, that are loving and caring and doing the right thing, we'll be going into the new planet Earth, 4th and 5th crystallized being. We're a 3rd core being, and when we go into the 4th, we'll be a crystallized being. There will be no disease, no wars, no monetary system we're under. We'll be trading just like ET. We'll be trading energy and goods. Back in 1957, when Valiant Thor came down here, till 1960, the manual script that all the ETs, the good ETs that use this, the energy and goods, are not supposed to even pay for a house payment or nothing. It's the people that come down here that took the control over us. The majority of them are the reptilians. That was one of the bad 4 we met. The end game is coming, Rex, and people are going to see it. We're going to start seeing things. Now, George has brought in billions of ETs. There was a new alignment set. But as I'm saying this for us on planet Earth as humans, we're not the only ones going through this. There's other ETs out there going through the same thing. We're real smart beings. There's 12 planets out there that use our DNA. That's how important we are. As intelligent as these people are, with the technology and the things they can do, and some of their planets that were dying off because they messed up on their DNA. And now they're learning from our DNA. That's why you have the bad aliens, the grays, that we have a lot of abductees that have missing time. I'm a contactee, and my late father, at age 12, had no missing time. We knew what was said. I got books to prove it. Everything's here. I got a photographic mind and real numbers and everything. I never forgot these people. These people never forgot me. And to this day, I'm still with my Fab for 55 years. It's the greatest education you get. Everybody will hug these people, take all the pictures you want, go on crafts when contact is made down here. And it's coming real soon, whether you people believe it or not. I'm not here to play God. I get out the information that these people want me to give out. I don't sugarcoat nothing. They've never lied to me. These people are going to back me up. And some of the other contactees that are talking similar to what I'm saying. There will be no negativity going into the new planet at all. Anybody who kills and steals, game's over. The people that run the show down here with the power they got, even though they didn't pull the trigger or whatever, and committed the crimes that's been down here, there will be some people exposed, some names that we're gonna know, and there will be arrests made down here. A lot of them will be out there. The Nordiques are the ones that usually do the arrest and capture, and they go to their planet for their trials and crimes. They know the game's over. They're going to do everything in their power to throw a wrench in it. It ain't going to work. There's a lot of good ETs that have underground bases down here. My star women, the Nordiques that look like us, you could put a t-shirt and jeans, a blouse and jeans on them. You wouldn't know they were ET. The only way you're going to tell a star woman that looks like us and a Nordique is their blink. Okay. Everything is set in stone. These people are prepared to do what they're supposed to do at the time. I've had my meetings on these chemtrails. And if you go on Facebook, you'll actually see a plane spray. And right at the end, you'll see the plane disappear. What the good ETs have done is shot that plane into another dimension. You'll see a UFO. It's usually the Octarians, the Vulcans, and the Mo people. I'm not making these names up. Matter of fact, the Mo people are probably going to be number 35. They're real good friends with the Vulcans. They're in charge of sucking out the chemtrail spray and then actually going with the chemtrail plane and make it the object itself and the plane disappear into another dimension. My good friend Sam in Arizona is getting hit big time, like smog in California with chemtrails. Same way in Florida. There's underground bases there by this guy, John. There's a vortex with a lot of bad grays and other bad aliens that had the freedom to come in and out by giving our military technology. He's having a problem over there, so George has went over there. People will see lights in the sky. They're actually having wars over there, and they're going to close that vortex. We got the greatest help as humans, like never before, that are out to help us. It's our time to evolve in this, and we're all going to make it for the ones that are ready to go. And that's what I was telling George. Whoever is chosen to come down here for contact, you will awaken more people to go. There's a lot of people down here, Rex, that don't know what the hell's going on. We're not the only ones going through this. It's not a perfect world out there. It's not a perfect world down here. I want everybody to go. It just ain't gonna happen. You got people that kill, steal. You got people that listen to these shows that don't care. Okay? You got people that love you and hate you. All this is in the picture. And when you come into this situation like I did, I think I can speak for other contactees and abductees. You put yourself on that pedestal. I'm doing it for everybody. I'm doing it for two late people that ain't with me no more. I'm doing it for the people on the planet. I'm not doing it for fame and fortune. You know, I want everybody to make it. And that's where I'm at. That's why I do these meetings, to get information out as we move March and April, things are going to happen. The two major months of 2016, December and July. You know, we'll be seeing some unusual weather, but there's going to be some unbelievable weather and earthquakes coming like never before. And this is to let the people know we're getting real close and what's going to happen as we move forward. There's 20 Earth-like planets out there, 2 Earth-like planets the size of Jupiter, and then you got Uranus, it's almost identical to Earth, that people will be taken to for the safe zone. The reason I say that, when Mother Earth, she's the last piece of the puzzle, when she does her thing, the reptilians are third-dimensional core beings like us. They're the ones that set the frequency so low, so we couldn't evolve. We had a lot of things erased from us, okay? They're going to disappear and die, because when that frequency hits, that she gets to that point, they can't withstand that frequency. And for the people that are ready and loving and caring, they're positive, we'll go to the fourth. We're still going to look human. I always talk about in my meetings, we have this human suit on, where our face is a light, our stomach and our hands are a light being. The women will be as tall as 7'4". You're going to be slim. They'll appear to look 20, 25 years old. The men will be 8'4". We will appear to look 30, 35. We're going to be healthier, no disease, no wars, not the one for nothing. Everybody will be equal. That's the way it was supposed to be a long time ago, until these bad ETs came down here to control us. And that's what they've done. Okay, back in my day, the threat was real. Today you can tell the President of the United States where to go. They still use the threats. There's 7 billion people on this planet. They want to control 500 million people globally. We're not even in the picture. I'm an ex-GI, and I know what they were doing with us, you know, in wars, just like the wars you get now. It's our kids dying for this country, not their kids. Okay? The American people are not stupid. They're starting to see what's going on. They're listening to a lot of these shows with people telling the truth to get away from the people that are bullshitting, lying, swaying people. Because them people are getting paid to do what they're doing. These people will be taken care of. They won't be here. Everybody's got a chance to turn around, do something good. You know, this is the information I get from my guys. I'm not the only one that's giving it out. Other people like Peter Slattery, my friend Tolik, other people like that, Laura Eisenhower.
Well, and let me ask you, Ray, how many people are making contact with you right now, your space brothers?
There's quite a few that are. Gonzalez in New York. He's Dominican Republic. I'm going to have him on my show the first Monday in May. He's talking to the Pleiadians where he works. He comes out and he's got all kinds of pictures on my Facebook. He's on his Facebook. And what they're saying to him is the same way with my guys. They're going to bring their crafts in like 45,000 feet down to 30, down to 20, where the people can actually see the detail of the craft. Because here's what they're wanting. They want to see how the people react. Not everybody will, but the majority is going to react, you know, they're ready. Then they're going to start showing themselves. Okay, because he talks to the Pleiadians, and that's his star seed. What I want to say to everybody that's listening on your show, the day that whoever comes down here, it's close. It's not too far away. Okay? I'm not playing God here. It's been my life. Every individual will have their own star seed mentor. You know who your starseed mentor is, relations, you know, could be Octarians, Mo people, you know, maybe good ETs. But your main starseed could be Octarian. You're going to go to your starseed planet and learn about your past lives and what was taken away from you. Every individual, every he and she down there. When people think I'm nuts, that's fine. It's the information I get, and I put it out on my meetings. I put it out on these shows I'm on. And that's what's going to happen. And then there'll be places for everybody to go, what to do. You know, people are going to be able to fly on these crabs, hug these people, take all the pictures you want. All that's coming. You know, the things that were taken away, hidden from us, you know, the people running the show can deny exist and play that role out for denial. But when they show up, they can't play for it too much longer. Because the truth is going to set us free. A lot of people know we're not alone. You're looking at one of them. I met 34.
You've met 34 different ETs or Space Brothers?
Yeah, I'm going to eventually meet number 35, the Mo people. Back in my dad's time in the 40s and 50s and 60s, the abductees and contactees then of the sci-fi, well, Mo people, one of the films there. These people are real. It's from real abductees and contactees situations. For everything that's a myth that we were lied about, the gnomes, the little people, werewolf, is all real. And people are going to find out about this. Yeah, I met a total of 34.
Now you've told us about.
I got my drawings right here, Rex.
Oh, would love to see them. That'd be fantastic.
This is the one-eyed cyclops people, 8 to 10 feet tall. They're from the fourth dimension. They fly in an orange egg-shaped craft. Can you see them?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look at that.
These are the star women. These gals are 7 feet tall. They're actually down here walking amongst us in a blouse, jeans. They have ray guns. All women on this planet, this is the craft they fly in. These women can speak our language and telepathically. This is one planet I would like to go to.
Oh yeah, who wouldn't like to go there?
You know, all women. And some of these people I had to give a name to because they wouldn't say who they are, but we knew they were friendly. These are monster-looking people. These guys look like they came out of prison. They're from the 10th dimension. These guys are 6 feet tall.
How do you know what dimension they're from?
They give us the dimension. They're from the 10th dimension. They give us the dimension. They won't give us the planet.
Now, do you know what that means? I mean, to say they're from the 13th dimension or the 7th dimension, what is that actually?
Well,
what's the benefit of the 7th dimension versus the 5th? I mean, do you have more powers? Are you more holographic?
Yeah, you have more power. It's different timelines. From what I understand from my good friend Elena Kapukny is there's 24 dimensions. I think it's higher than that. And the highest ones I met are the next ones. I'm going to show them the monk people from the 15th dimension. They look like monks. These guys had something to do with Billy Meyer. They have 7 fingers, 7 toes, and they fly in a birthday-size craft. Flying saucer, looks like a birthday cake. But there was a car where one of them had 7 fingers of a imprint, and this is what they look like, though. These guys are 15th dimension. They wouldn't give their planet. They're called the monk people. All these people I'm showing you are good, except when I get to the 4 bad ones. You got 2 blue people. These are the blue warriors. These guys are I'm glad they're on our side. I'm glad all these are on our side. These guys are 8 to 10 feet tall. They're from the 8th dimension. That's the craft. They're the Blue Warriors. They have ground bases down here. These guys are ready to help us when, you know, they get the call. Now, this is the blue people, the women with the third eye. They're 7 to 9 feet tall. And they actually float off the ground. I got confirmation off of these people, and I'm going to explain to you why to your people. There's a lady by the name of Cynthia Crawford, where my blue lady actually came in her house and talked to her. And Laura McCarthy from New Jersey I did a show like I'm doing here for the people in New Jersey. She sent me a picture of a statue because I got another friend that has the same statue that looks just like her. I'm just letting your people know these people are real, and a lot of people are seeing some of my 34. Not all of them, but they're seeing them, quite a few of them. Here's another one of, you know, I gave him a name. These are the orange people. People are seeing these orange people. They're from another galaxy. They love our bread. These guys are 4 to 10 feet tall, and they're flying a donut-shaped craft. And their face looks like a squirrel face from the side. Their skin is all orange. They're hairy. And I had a fantastic artist, because I can't draw, by the name of Jeannie Blankenship. She drew all these beings for me right down to the T. And I never forgot what these people look like. My friend Tolik from Dakota, the Andromeda Council, had introduced him to 10 ETs. And the last one was one of mine. Because when me and Tolik's on the show, I started laughing because I know what he's going to talk about, because he got horrified of the worm people. They're 6 feet tall, and he called them Slimy Guy.
Slimy Guy.
He ran when he seen this guy. They're real friendly. They look horrible. You know how small the worms are down here. I just want to give your audience a little bit of what these people.
I really appreciate it.
And I met these people in real life. These guys are like ghost people. They float off the ground, and they have a green mist around them, orange eyes. They're from another dimension. They're green glowing people. And this is what they look like. They look like a ghost. And they talk telepathic. That's the craft they find. You're getting a good shot at this as I'm lifting this up to you. Are you, Rex?
The last one was a little bit too close, but most of them have been coming in really good. And we did get a visual of it, yes.
Okay. These guys are called the snake people. They're not look like snakes. They got 3 fingers, 6 feet tall. They're from another dimension. They got purple eyes and a snake raft for a hat with an antenna that's built into their wrap. And it's like a goatee, but giant purple eyes. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, that's good.
This is one of the bad 4. There's also, I see the internet things coming on, so we might lose each other. But anyway, my good friend Margie Kay, she's assistant director of MUFON. She talks to a good praying mantis. She calls them her Manny. The ones I'm showing you here are 6 or 7 feet tall. Got 3 fingers, 3 toes. They're ugly. They're bad. This is they actually knocked my dad down. I was 12 years old. I kicked one in the shin, jumped behind my dad because I was trying to after my dad. These are the praying mantis. And the number 1 bad one of all that I'm getting ready to show is the reptilians. These are the Hydro and Draco reptilians. And they were about 5 to 6 feet tall. Now, I'm going to tell you something about these guys, even though they're bad. they said we can walk through walls. They actually stuck their hand all the way, an arm all the way through my dad. It didn't hurt my dad at all. And they can shapeshifter to look exactly like me or you or anybody. Okay, they got a lot of power.
Let me jump in real quick because you brought that up, the shapeshifters. Do you think that there, or have they told you that there are people in specific political positions and corporations that are shapeshifters?
Yeah, and
did they give you names?
Oh yeah, names that we know. Here's what these people have. You got the Bilderberg family, you know, the list goes on, and some of the people that are running for president. But anyway, they have these buttons that eventually will be unusable and will expose these people as reptilians and popular people that we know. That's coming. People will see this because they won't be able to use this button to be human looking compared to what they really are underneath. This is what I get from my guys and the power that they have to expose these people. That's coming. You're going to see a lot of things. And you know, domino effect the way it's supposed to happen down here. I'm not here to scare people. Okay, there's going to be a lot of things happening. People are seeing the changes in our weather. There's going to be unbelievable weather compared to what we're supposed to get in rain and snow and just the way things have been happening, you know, in the past 3 or 4 months. Excuse me, leading up to what it's going to become. But you know, we're here for the people. I got my shows, other people that are contactees that'll be talking about things. You know, I'm not the only one. I got a pretty good fan base that's going to grow. And, you know, I get out this information and all these shows, and all my meetings are taped, so nobody will miss anything. I got a cat, and these are the cat people. They're brown in color and blue. They're 9 to 12 feet tall, and they're from the 9th dimension. This is what they look like for real.
You know, I actually have talked to people before that have made or have claimed to have made contact with cat people, cat-looking people, and the face on Mars, that famous face from the 1976 Viking orbiter, that's where it originally came from on the internet. That face is half cat, half person. So that's interesting.
Yeah, they got the felines too that are they got the cat look and human face too. Yeah, kind of like you said. You know, me and my dad, we predicted our military and everybody running the show. We're using teleportation in 1945. We were just 2 years off. They were using it in 43. We'll be using teleportation when we go into the 4th. That's the first thing we're going to use. But there's been a lot of things hidden from us. Our people have went a lot of places, have underground bases. I've gotten a lot of knowledge of what's going on. I got a lot of it out of my meetings. Hear people who go to my past shows with Dr. Sam Muggsy, other people I've done shows with, and hear a lot of things that, you know, they never heard of below. I'm not the only one, okay? But I got as much as I can. I just helped my good friend, Sherry Wild, who I had on my meeting last night. And she had the reptilians take her over. And we hurt her pretty bad. And now we're going to take care of her and get her well. But this is what goes on down here that people don't know, okay? Just like these chemtrails that they're spraying, the chemicals, there's like 3 chemicals that are making us sick and killing some of us, okay? And if your people don't believe this is happening, all you gotta do is stay outside. It ain't the flu you're getting. For every pill we get from the pharmaceutical, there's this black goo that gets into our joints. You know, I got prostate cancer, Agent Orange, borderline diabetic. I get these Lupron shots. This is what keeps me alive. And I got my friends that help me with things that will cure my cancer and other things. But we're the ones that pay the price. And now people start to wake up and start eating the right foods. Stay away from the GMOs and organic food we're eating. And nobody's spraying these gardens anymore. Look at the stuff we spray in our house that we're breathing every day. You know, we read them cans, but nobody ever told us what they actually cause. They don't care about us. The biggest thing that ET knows down here is greed and disease. And all that's going to change. The monetary system we're under will be no more. We're going to be living the way we're supposed to. Free. No house payment. No nothing.
So what's the most
These guys are on.
Okay, I was just going to ask you if you're showing us this picture after this, like the most frightening extraterrestrial that you've ever had contact with. Would you say it was one of the reptilians?
Actually, the reptilians, and even though they're good, my giant people, could say that we have real tiny ones that you have to look through a microscope. You know, 6 to 7 feet tall with a mouth like you wouldn't believe. And because me and my dad, we thought they're just going to eat us. Nobody's going to ever hear from us again. And the reptilians, yeah, they're hideous looking. You got that cobra and alligator face, and that what it is, their whole objective is to put the fear of God in you. But the faith and the fight a human has, I'm a warrior. You know, my guys went through 4 doors to get here to do what I'm doing, and who I'm related to, which I know who I'm related to is my star seed. And that's what you got to do. You have the power under the treaty, if any of these bad things come in your home, to leave. You're going to know the negativity energy of these bad ETs versus the warmth and the love, which is unbelievable. That's how you're going to tell the difference. Who's ever selected, because there's going to be some people taken off this planet in September. I don't know how many, okay? And so these people understand what's coming in their home of the energy of the good ones versus the negativity of the bad. See, the reptilians can ship shape to look like our people, but they can't have the energy and the great warmth and love. They cannot fake that. They don't have the power to do that. That's the difference from a good ET to a bad ET, okay? So when our people don't feel that, you just tell them to get the hell out, they have to leave, you're not wanted here. They're not going with them people to be lunch or something like that. You know? These people, these good people are going to come for these people. This thing's all planned out. And people are going to find this out as we move forward, as we get close to these months. 2015 was a pace-setting year, an amazing year. 2016 is a silent year, but it really isn't silent as we get close to the major year 2017. Okay? I'm not here to play God. I'm just, through my life, the education, the knowledge that my guys give me and tell me who's coming in, where we're going. They don't believe in dates. There's no time and space, so forget your watch, okay? There was an important thing that me and my dad wanted to find out. Nothing against the people that disappeared besides Flight 19, 5 Avenger pilots. We came out and asked them straight out, do you get that? And they said, no, they're in another Earth-like planet, alive. And you know, we kind of believe them for this factor. When they took these guys, they were in their mid-20s, 1945. And for them to come back now through time and the the cells interchange and coming from so far away and coming here, their nails would be from my beginning of my apartment to the end. They would shrivel up and die. These guys will live 1,000 years just the way they are, with the immortality of these ETs. Okay, the immortality of a Nardig is 1,800 years. The immortality of a Circle Gray is 350 years. They're really right about us. We're in the sun a lot. A lot of these people are under the ground. They have 2 suns in their planets, okay? And the cells that die, that give us old age, our top scientists today are trying to reverse that. That's going to be our immortality. Because you got to remember, back in the biblical times, Rex, there were people living to be 800, 1,200 years old.
Right, in the Old Testament.
Yeah, what these people knew. And ET says we turn into mutants because you know how we get 90 years old, shrivel up. And it's from being in the sun plus what we're eating, okay? And the way things are down here. And now it's all going to change for the better. There's a lot of alien technology that we're going through, you know, beyond the cell phone, computer, and other things. There's so much coming ahead of us. But this world's going to change for the better with, you know, the right people in it, the way it's supposed to be. And there's a lot of people down here that can't wait. And, you know, I want to see everybody go. And I wish it could be that way, but you see what we have here. All you got to do is turn your TV on, you know, the killings and just the nonsense of what's happening. And you got a lot of good people that are ready to get the hell out of here. You know, we all asked to come into this world, as stupid as that sounds. You know, I came in to do what I'm supposed to do, and I'm going to do it and finish it. I got other people saying, we're going to do it. You know, they have their job. And, you know, we got dumb people besides ET. There's people down here that will be chosen to become master teachers, humans, that they're going to select. There's 2 top friends of mine that I know are going to be master teachers, and some of them are going to be something else. We're going to be working side by side with ET and learning new technologies like never before. And for everybody that thinks this is nuts and I'm talking out of my head, so be it. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I'm just giving information out through the years of my life with these people and where we're going to be doing and where we're going to be. And we're going to be on the most beautiful, bigger planet Earth we're on when it changes into a crystallized Earth with crystallized things.
Is that what you were calling Earth 2.0?
Yeah. But everybody's going to see this change that are ready, you know. We're never going to have this 3D Earth anymore. It's going to be gone. And when Mother Earth, she's the last piece of the puzzle, pulls her shit, and earthquakes. You got super volcanoes. I think there's 2 in Atlantic Ocean, 1 in Pacific. You know, our guys that have the power lack one thing, it's called common sense. All these cities they built way down underneath the ground. When these super volcanoes go off, everything has to go up. And anything that's at the bottom is going to go with it. It reverses to go. Okay? There's just going to be so many things happening and so many signs that nobody's going to be in fear. Everybody's going to be knowing what's going on, where to be. They'll take people off this planet. There'll be 2 giant safe havens, dimensions for us to go into, and then they'll come and take the people off the planet, if it comes down that way. You know, everybody's talking about Planet X, Planet 9. Planet X and Planet 9 are the same thing, Planet X. I was on George's craft, and they had this big screen, window like bigger than our drive-in screens, showing me the coupler belt, planet Neptune, in this white light that is planet X. But what was clothed was a giant mothership in the front and the back with other scout ships surrounding planet X as they're moving with this planet. They have the power to divert this planet. Because what it's supposed to do is come between our sun and Earth. We're going to get the tail end. And people would see a giant black spot in the sky. That's planet X. Because our people don't have the capability of doing what ET can do to this planet X. It's 3 times bigger than our planet Earth. Okay. Nibiru is completely different. It orbits Jupiter and Mars. My good friend Robert Evans, who will eventually speak on my meeting.
Yeah, we've had Bob on this show a few times. Great guy.
Yeah, he's smart too. I love him. He's a great guy. But you know, coming in at 12 years old and then coming in at 32 or 42, I got pretty well educated at 12 years old and to move on from where I'm at today. My dad scared the hell out of me at 12 years old because to this day, my late mother and I got an older brother and sister doesn't even know my late father in my life. Because he always said the guys would come in white jackets, take us away, and you never see your brother, your sister, your mom. At 12 years old, it scared the hell out of me. But I kept that secret even to this day. I got to see my brother in the hospital, but I gave him one of my flyers because he kind of shook his head, but he didn't deny that this wouldn't happen because of the way life was for us. This is the flyer that I
can you just scoot that back a little bit?
Videotape. They do my flyers. And I'm at a place called CJ Muggs. But and I have my Fab Four actually come to all my meetings or when I do shows because they want me to get this information out, and they're real happy because eventually I want to have them come to my meetings.
Your Fab Fours?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It's not the Beatles. It's the name I gave them. I call them my Fab Four: Elephant Man, Nordiques, Circle Grays, my little 3-inch guys. They call me Raymond. That's my ET name.
So you're going to get them on. You're going to get the ETs on your show.
Here's what I want to do, and that's what I've been working on for these 55 years. George actually came through my wall in my apartment, and we hugged him. He wanted me to go to my picture window in the back of me. He said, "Look up the corner," and that's when I saw the giant cigar craft, pretty lights all lit up, because he came down in a scout ship, and he came through my wall. The Vulcans came in the same way. I'll talk about them in a few minutes. But yeah, I want either all of them to come in one at a time through the wall with no flashes. Everybody can take pictures because I want to get confirmation. I'll let everybody know when this happens. I'll get on my Facebook, YouTube channel. This is what I'm really working for, and I got a pretty good shot at making this happen.
That'd go viral.
You better believe it. But yeah, it's something I've been working on, and
because I mean, I got to jump in real quick, Ray, if I may. I mean, if you did something like that, that would squash virtually all doubters. I mean, you're still going to have the naysayers out there, but you're coming up with some very extraordinary claims and fascinating stories. And, you know, you're going to have so many people out there saying, well, yeah, they're just words. People can say whatever they want. You know, I look through the comment section on the channel. I know what people say, and you've got a lot of genuine people on there giving their honest opinions. Then you've obviously got your trolls and people that are just trying to cause fights and stir things up. And so I'm trying to look at it through the skeptic's point of view, but also from somebody with an open mind that's saying, okay, man, this sounds fascinating, but I need more information. I need more photos, evidence. Give me something that just tangible, something that I can touch or look at. So you've got some great pictures, and I'd like to look at some more of those as we go through here in a moment. But But what's something that you could just kind of throw in somebody's face and give them just a friendly uppercut and say, bang, here you go. Here's the evidence.
Yeah, and that's what's common, because I got 5 people, Dr. Sam Muggsy, Chris in Panama, Rosa and Boris Gonzalez and me, because they want us to be a group of contactees doing photos of crafts. And these crafts are going to come down where people can actually.
I will buy you a GoPro camera, and you can hook it up next on your hat. Like right now, you can have that thing on 24 hours a day. I will pay for it and send it out to you. Just promise me you'll send me the footage.
You got it. You got it. That's what we're supposed to do. Here's the other thing, Rex. Once we get the people not only excited, but they're, whoa, this is real. These ETs I've never met, are going to start showing themselves. They've already told us this. We have to do our job, and other contactees that will awaken. There's a lot of contactees that are going to be coming forward, and the stories and pictures that these people have. You know, we're humans and we do the human thing, and I understand that. And we're really important in this. So everybody that's listening, that is listening, don't think you ain't. We're all in this together. I don't leave nobody out. I'm a fighter and a warrior. I want to see this thing through. And the things that I want to get out of it, showing the real deal, hugging these people, you're going to be doing it too. Not just me. And with the 5 contactees that be doing once a week that I just named, because you're going to start seeing these people. And that's what they want. They want the feedback. Hey, like I told George when I had that meeting, you guys are up behind our planet looking down, thinking everything's okay. And it's not. You guys got to start thinking the way we think. As far as the emotions, it's going to take them time. To see Rex, I get these guys laughing, other than Circle Grace, because they're telepathic. They just slurp. They don't feel, when you're laughing, that emotion. Same way with sadness. And that's what they're learning about. You know, there's so much about us that is great. We are a fine-tuned, made being. Okay. People are using our DNA. 12 planets out there. Even the bad grays coming in, as we have humanoids, half alien and human. A lot of these women know these boys and girls are their human kids. You know, never let them have them. They'll show the kids, let the kids talk to them. They can never have them. You're going to hear a lot of horror stories about that. My X-Files, the new ones they just put up, they were kind of giving you answers and some of the things that are going on and where our people are today. You think we're just on Mars? We're all over. Okay? And people are going to find out a lot of things that were hidden. Like I said, where we're at today will be no more down the road. We're not going to be in this horrible world, living the way we're living, fighting for every little thing, you know. It's all going to change. We're supposed to change big years ago. We're in the 21st century humans. We're going to reap the benefits for the ones that are ready. And it's coming.
You think
I'm going
that
to show you this.
While you're showing us that, do you think that they're using what you're speaking of as a carrot at the end of the stick? So people are going to think, yeah, you know, everything's going to be great. They're going to come down and we're going to have an opportunity to live in this society where we don't have to worry about finding a good career and working 50, 60-hour weeks to provide for my family. It just kind of seems like it's too good to be true.
I understand that. We're human. We think the human way. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Remember this. What's going to happen for us now should have happened a long time ago. For the bad ones that came in here and controlled and did what they did and took these things away from us. This is the way it was supposed to be. For us not to want for nothing. No poverty. If you want to be retired, you're retired. and be happy. No payments of any kind. Probably driving a flying car. Okay. General Motors had flying cars back in the 60s. I worked for General Motors. These people were way ahead of time. What these people got to do to us. And the people that our forefathers, my father fought for, we're at today. Look at the jobs these people, to this day in the 21st century, have the same pay that they had back in my time. Unbelievable bullshit. All this is going to change. The monetary system we're under will be no more. We'll all be equal. It's coming. And with these people that are helping us, because it's our time to evolve as humans. We're going to go to the 4th, to the 5th. You go to the 6th, you're a spirit, you have no body. You have the power to turn yourself into any form you want. And you go to the 7th and the 8th. You can go as high as you want in dimensional timelines to get all the education you want, or you can stay where you're at. You have your choice. And as crazy as what I'm saying here, when you get to them points, you're going to be mentored, you're going to be educated, you're going to understand. And you're going to be pissed off who did what to us. You're human. You're going to have that in you. And then you're going to move forward. It's like I think of people that died on those shuttles compared to what they've been doing behind our back. These people should be alive today. We have people down here running the show, playing God, that don't care about us. It's all about this. As long as it ain't their kids, that's where they're at. Well, the game is over for them, and they know it, and it's coming. And the people on this planet are going to see that. Not bullshitting. It ain't too far away. But anyway, these are the frog people. They're from the 11th dimension. They're 4 feet tall. They have like polka dots on their skin. They're actually on Mars, the northern part of Mars, with 6 other ETs. Our cousins up there, they're chunky. They have real weird names. I couldn't even pronounce them. We're going to eventually meet them. And a lot of people don't know what's been happening on Mars anyway. Thank God for Alfred Weber, who's a great friend of mine. Look at the task he's taken on. He's an international judge. He's got a lot of power, but I'm going to have him for my guest next month, April 4th. These guys wouldn't give me their name. They're people. They're 8 feet tall. Look at these guys. These people are real. They're not just drawings.
Can you scoot that back just a little bit? Huh. Now, are they a part of like a federation or something like that?
What's that?
Like all these extraterrestrials, all the space brothers that you've made contact with, are they, except for the few that you said were more nefarious, are they a part? And even them, I mean, have they told you what faction they're a part of, or are they all like individual rogues?
See, like totally thought my Elephant Man were with the Andromeda Console. The Andromeda Console, there's 12 planets, 12 different facets of each one. And my guys heard of his guys. Well, Tolik actually went back and asked them, and they said, no, they're not in our federation, but everybody backs everybody up that's good. And what George has brung in, my Elephant Man, and 6 billion ETs involved. This is the enormous process, what it's going to take for us to go through everything, because we're going to get rid of the CERNs, the HARPs, the chemtrails. They actually laser beam that HARP, and they can't even repair it no more. So it's the power these people have. Here's the thing for your audience to understand. Back in 2011, and thank God for the Procyon people from the planet Kela, the Rama Council. And I never met the good vegetarian reptilians that knew the weakness of the Hydra Draco reptilians and Orion Greys. I don't know the state, but that's when they blew up all the reptilian bases and Orion Gray bases. What they were afraid of, it caused a 5 0.0 earthquake that might have killed some of our humans. But if it wasn't for them people, back in 2011, here was the agenda for the Hydro and Draco reptilians. The entire Milky Way, 20 like planets that are humans like us and planet Earth, we would all been reptilians. And this is what they conquered, the good vegetarian reptilians and procyon people. There's only 250 reptilians on this planet. They're going to try to do whatever they can. But as we get close to the frequency of switching us to where we're going to be, see, their third dimensional core, they can't withstand that frequency. They're just going to dissolve or die. Or, you know, they're actually stuck here. So their ending's going to happen when the changes come. Especially when Mother Earth is the thing. You're probably going to go into 4849. The reason I say that, there's other bad ETs out there that can't handle that frequency. And the good ETs, you know, want us protected in a frequency dimension that they can evolve and withstand that frequency. It's all about frequency, timelines, and dimensions as you go forward. Like George, you go into a timeline to come back at our timeline to see where we're going, where we're progressing. That's how they do it. And people are going to get educated every issue down there. You're going to see great things happen for our cleaner air. The list goes on compared to where everything is down here. Because of what these people do to our oceans, the oil spills, the list goes on. These are hybrid children. They're 4 to 6 feet tall. They have huge blue eyes, and the kind of what they look like. And a hybrid child or ET, their eyes are real large. These are the biblical people, the Egyptian people, back in Christ's time, and they're like 5 feet tall. Just give you an idea. These are the colored clothes. These people. There's a husband and wife. You know, I met these people in aircraft. These guys are really neat. These are the busted beak people. They have a busted beak in the front. They got a beak around the sides of their ears and in the back of their forehead. They're 8 to 10 feet tall, really intelligent, really friendly. People would love these guys. That's the busted beak people. Are we still on?
Yeah, I've never seen one like that before. That's interesting.
This is one of the bad guys. These are the guys in the silver suits. And where the light is for their face, they have 2 antennas. They speak telepathically. They didn't really care if we made it. They're 6 and 9 feet tall. But just give you an idea what these guys look like.
Are they like Cylons?
Yeah, kind of mind you that movie When the Earth Stood Still. Now this is the little dwarf, kind of what he looks like that my late grandfather met, because they live in the trees on their planet. They're from the 7th and 8th dimension. Underground bases here too, but they're 12 inches to 3 feet tall. And this is the kind of color clothes he had. Met my late grandfather.
It's the Travelocity spokesman.
There you go. Now, when I was like 5 or 6, when my grandfather was here in Missouri, he always talked about the little people, because he would go into the woods where the stream is and sing and dance with the little people. And as little kids, and I speak for other kids in my time, even before my time, we were all lied to. For everything that was a myth is real. And these people really exist. Leprechauns, fairies. My friend Rich Lenny in the UK, this friend took him over to an area that is like in Never Never Land, in a sense. It's just a little zone. Thousands of fairies, and they actually have wings and color clothes. The Queen of England and them were taken to that area by Rich's friend, and they were all over, you know, him and the princess. But yeah, these people are real. These guys are 5 to 6 feet tall. They got a pyramid face. They're metallic people from another galaxy. That's what they look like.
Now that looks cool.
Yeah, they actually fly. There's a lot of ones that are cool. These guys are
like the pyramid man / winged warrior. You know, could you? I just can't even imagine seeing one of those things. You've seen one of those?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Every one of these drawings I'm showing you, I've seen them in real life. These guys.
Hold on, real quick, Ray. Sorry. I mean, that's how long ago did you see that one?
Oh God, I seen it at 12 and in the late 60s when I was a little bit older, and then like 71, 72. See, a lot of these.
Just one more thing too, if I may, because you say 12 a lot. I've noticed that seems to that year had a really big impact on you. Was that when things started to unfold and you encountered a lot of these new Space Brothers?
Oh yeah, 1959. Between 1959 and 60s was a big time. What my childhood friends were doing, and what I was doing, and when the weekend came, I couldn't tell my friends when they'd say, "What'd you do for the weekend?" You know, well, I just got off this crap. Yeah, you know, kids would be teasing me and calling me nuts and everything. But I had my kid life and I had my ET life, and then the knowledge that I was gaining from all this and the people I was meeting. You know, at 12 years old, it's hard to understand these people I'm showing you. But I met a lot of these people by myself 2 more times. My dad only met half of these star people. My dad was implanted at 5 years old. He had missing time. He was an abductee and contactee. But at 12 years old, until my dad died, my dad never had missing time with me. The only thing I can say to your audience, and I've said it on shows, from the time I was born until 11 years old, I have no idea. But from 12 years old to the young 68 years old that I am, I always knew what was said was going on. I got notes on everything. I got everything covered. And now it's time for me to do what I'm doing, like on your show and my meetings, to get everything out to the people, because we're going how close we're getting. Not here to be a predictor, psychic. I'm not cutting them people down. I'm here to do what I'm supposed to do for the people on this planet. And the too late people that are my voices that ain't here to back me up. It's all me. Okay. But I'm getting ETs to start backing me up, showing the crafts I was on, letting everybody see it. It's real. Because you're going to be going on these crafts. You're going to be taking rides to other planets. You know, just like when we were kids dreaming of this shit. Remember the Jetsons? All that.
You know, that would have been an amazing future if the Jetsons actually happened, but it seems like it's more of a Hellraiser meets Battlestar Galactica meets, you know, I don't know, the Twilight. It's more like the Twilight Zone meets the Outer Limits meets Hellraiser.
I know. I hear you.
You want free speech? You're a terrorist. Oh, you believe that there's chemicals in your food that are bad for you? You're a terrorist.
These are people back pants in an X-Vest, and they're 6 to 7 feet tall. They're protectors of the universe, the planet Earth. They got a laser pistol, they got a mohawk, and they got a laser rifle. And these guys are cool. But look how hideous they look. But
that's one heck of a nose right there, I'll tell you.
And
I wonder how their smell is. I could smell you 5 miles away.
They have the late Jimmy Durante beat, you know what I mean? Okay, these are little pale humanoids, 4 feet tall, childlike, huge blue eyes. They fly in a diamond crab. That's what they look like. They have a little cape. I'm trying to get your audience to understand the different ones, and that you will mingle with, because the majorities that I'm showing, which out of 34 is 30 good. Here's the ant people. And this is one, this is no lie. I want your audience to check out the ant people and the Hopi. The ant people down here on planet Earth, I think it was Colorado, saved the Hopi Indians and fed them underneath the ground. To this day, the Hopi Indians are with the ant people on our planet. Whether you already believe it or not.
I was actually going to bring that up earlier, Ray. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Cool. I wasn't on the planet, but I believe in these people. They've been my friends, and your friends. You know, picture yourself taking a picture with your girlfriend or wife, and this giant ant in the middle. And don't think
wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah, I don't think that won't be reality when it happens. You know, they don't care if you take all the pictures you want of the crafts on the outside. They don't care. When contact happens here, you watch the pictures and group pictures you're going to take with some of the ones I just showed here.
Why haven't you taken more pictures?
Huh?
Why haven't you taken more pictures of the crafts?
Number one, I'm being honest, I don't have a cell phone. I have an inline phone, and I'm just super busy, but that's coming. You know, that's going to, people are going to see a lot of the pictures of these, even the ones I got here. And I'll have more pictures. That's coming probably in the next month, because Boris will be taking pictures, putting them on my Facebook. I'll be putting them on his, Chris, Dr. Sam Muggsy. We're all going to be doing this and giving information out to the public.
I mean, I can certainly tell you, Ray, if you and your friends would get together and do a show with this here on the Leak Project, and even just show us 5, 10 good pictures that aren't readily available on the DARPANet or on, Google, it'd be great, because I'll tell you, it could get millions and millions of people connected with those pictures and really shed a light on your work and validity as well. So just something to think about, if anytime here in the near future, if you want to talk with them, it would be fantastic to have that opportunity with you guys.
I agree, and we would do that. Yeah, I agree. That happened. We'll talk about that. This is a real angel, 6 to 7 feet tall. They have bases down here by the name of Catherine. They're always around water and sunlight. They've been protecting us for forever. But I want your people to know there's real angels. There's more angels than first species angels. These
what
are my
dimension
little
are they from?
Pardon me?
What dimension are the angels from? Did they say?
No, they're just from another galaxy far away. But they have bases down here. They've been protectors and watching us for years down here. See, when they have bases down here from their planet, wherever it is, could be another galaxy. I understand why everybody comes to planet Earth. When I went with my late father to planet Serpo, I've been to planet Serpo 4 times, once with my dad, 3 times by myself. And I get to see planet Earth coming in. It's awesome. I see why everybody comes here, the good and the bad. And it's still going on to this day. We probably got the best looking planet out there. Okay. I just want you people to know that planet Earth is round, is not flat. I know that for sure. I'm not a scientist, I've seen it. This is my little 3-inch people from the 5th and 7th dimension. These are the crafts they're flying. These guys, it's like blowing up a helium balloon, and how you sound, only they're more high pitched, and they're all over me. They're all over my calf, saying "Ram, ram," real high pitched, and they're always getting you laughing. If I wanted anybody to meet ET, these are the guys. You feel like a little kid.
I can imagine.
You're bad for it. This is the Serpo Grays from the planet Serpo. They're 3 to 7 feet tall. That's what they look like. They talk telepathically. They have a slurp. They're the most friendly grays you'd ever want to meet in your life. They're real intelligent, and they're great warriors. These are another part of my Fab Four. These are the Nardiques who look exactly like us. The women fly their crafts, and these women have the strength to pick up a man and throw him against the wall. They're built real good-looking people. They speak our language. They speak telepath and other languages. And this is the most famous of them all, of my Fab Four, George the Elephant Man, from the 13th and 14th dimension. He's a warrior. He's a household name. He's my great friend. He speaks our language and other languages. He's the number 2 man, Rex. Valiant Thor is number 1. This is another one of the bad guys, the Orion Greys. They're always with the Hydro Draco reptilians. They're 4 to 7 feet tall. They're from the planet Orion. And that's what these Greys look like.
Jeez.
This guy I only seen once. He's us from the year 2035 by the name Bill, and they were somehow messed up and were coming here for body parts. And this is what he looks like. He's a human, and he's us from the year 2035. So they give your audience a little hint how far we've made it so far. Now, we got tiny ones down here in the oceans. These were the only ones that gave me their planet. They're from the 23rd planet. They're 2 to 10 sea horse people. Their planet was dying. They were supposed to get back to me. I don't know if they ever made it. And like I said earlier, they messed up on their DNA. But when I seen the movie Cowboys and Aliens, because they fly in a dragonfly craft, and I saw a dragonfly craft in that movie Cowboys and Aliens, and I was wondering where the hell I got it. But here's the sea horse people from the 23rd planet. We have tiny ones in the ocean.
Could you put it a little bit to the right? There you go. Yeah, it's like a sea lion.
Yeah.
But it has laser beams that comes out of its eyeballs.
This is number 33. This is the bird people. They're from another galaxy. They're really working with George. That's what they look like. From the neck down, other than their yellow wings, they have a human figure.
Just put that just down a little bit. You can't see the head on it. A little bit more. There you go. Okay. Looks like Howard the Duck with wings, with bigger wings. Remember that movie?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say that. Now, this is number 34. This is the Vulcans. You know, we grew up with Star Trek. If anybody came close to emotions, ET, and hospitality, it's these guys. They're 6'2" to 5'7" to 6'2". And I'll never forget what happened. They actually came in my apartment on a Thursday. This was like 2 months ago. In a little bit bigger than a dinner plate light. And there was 6 violet orbs on my door in my living room. And I was talking to this lady in Montana because I said, "Is that light on your ceiling?" And she said, "No, it's in your ceiling." And I saw this black stitches with this pointed ears. So I said, "It's got to be the Vulcans. It's got to be the Vulcans." So Sam Muggsy took a picture, 3 pictures, and shot it on her Facebook and mine. And then Sunday they came in. I was talking to the same lady. And the light came down from the ceiling, shot over my shoulder, and went in my living room. So I got up, and some of the people on my Facebook got to see the light. And the 6 violet orbs were swinging around me because they were, you could see the faces, they were the Vulcans. And this white light wreck come up to me face to face and said, "I'm a Vulcan, from the planet Zentaur, from the 11th dimension, and I want to meet you. And I kind of jumped back and I go, okay, when? And he said, I won't come on your TV when it's off, like your Fab Four do, but I'm going to come on your computer and I'll give you coordinates. And what I mean by coordinates is so your people understand. We have a lot of highways here. So they'll say line 40E. What that means is Highway 40 East. And I would get in wee hours in my car, go on Highway 40 East, until I see the craft cross my car, blink its lights twice, because the next exit's mine, and then we're going to meet. They're giving me a flying saucer with 3 windows under dome. That's what I'm looking for. This is at night time. These crafts are huge and they're just beautiful lit up at night. And I see this giant ball with a black light. It's a light with white lights lit up. And, you know, blinks its light. So I said, that's got to be them. So I went to the next exit. Sure enough, he's standing outside the craft, just walking. When I pull up, my car dies. And I can hear him talking telephone to get out of the car. Anyone. And I'm walking towards him. So I get to him and we're hugging. I'm explaining everything to your people the way it happened. He says, you got to take a pill before you get on the craft. What I want your people to understand is there's living organs on some of these crafts. And it has to do with your DNA. And you might have to take this pill. And they know what they're doing. So that way we take off. And I'm watching the debris coming because they got their window screen open, gentlemen. And you can see the debris just fading to the right and left. It's not even touching this big ball craft for him. So it finally comes to a stop. And there's this V table because he's got, here's what he looks like so your audience understands. Here they are.
Now that looks like Jim Carrey in The Mask.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. Yeah, very good. Yeah. But I'm sitting down, and there's a lot of Balkans in this room with this wall that has all these buttons because the leader of the Balkans is Raymond. Because they like what the information I'm talking about, all the DDTs and jargon. He goes, are you thirsty? And I was shocked because I wasn't ready for this. And I go, yeah. He goes, we have your water, we have your coffee. And I said, coffee sounds good. So this one Vulcan walks over to the wall, pushes this button, comes out with this weird looking coffee cup, and I could see this thing. And he sets it down on the V-shaped table. It was the best coffee I ever drank. And then about 2 minutes later, he goes, are you hungry? And I really wasn't. He said, we have your pizza. And it was the first time ever I was on a craft, Rex. I had to go to the bathroom. So the leader and 2 Vulcans are walking with me. We come up to this room and this door slides and there's this weird looking commode and I go inside and the door slides behind me. So I'm in there doing my thing. And after I get done, I thought I was really screwed because there's no toilet paper. And all of a sudden, this beautiful mist just comes out and takes care of everything. So I thought, wow. So I get up and I just kind of turn to the wall and it turns into a mirror. And that's when the door slid open and these guys are out there laughing and smiling at me. And I go, can I take this with me? Because I can make millions, you know, planet Earth. He goes, Raymond, your people are going to be using it, all of this down there. And I thought it was really cool the way they treated me. Well, when I come back, we're kind of standing up and these 11 Vulcans are lining up and they're giving me high fives. And I got my Cardinal cap. I had my regular cap. So the St. Louis Cardinals owe me something. But anyway, and I'm in my jeans and my sweatshirt. And they're going to see me again. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring 12 St. Louis Cardinal baseball caps because they all want one. And I'm going to give them one. And I can get a picture at that time when that happens with 12 Vulcans with Cardinal hats and me in the middle. Wouldn't that be cool?
Be great.
That's what I'm working. Now, this is the meeting room that I go to meet my Fab Four in a giant cigar craft. They got 2 of them, white or brown, giant flying saucer, or a V-shaped triangle. And this is the meeting room and table, and you'll see me with my the Elephant Man, the Nardik, husband and wife, in a circle of red. Those are dials, and there's a crystal valve in front of the Nardiks. When he sticks that in there, there's a giant screen where he'll show me past, present videos and live videos of what can happen and what they're going to do. And my little 3-inch guys. That's the room I'm in, to let everybody know.
So it's like they're all working in conjunction together.
Yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell. But I got so much information. You know, I could talk forever. This has been my life, and I get updates for people. You know, what's coming ahead and where we're going. And I'm not the only one that's doing it, but you know, all this is going to happen for us, and we can thank God for people coming in our lives because it's our time as humans to evolve. And it just happens to be in the 21st century we're in now, humans. And there's a lot of people ready. And thank God for these shows for us to get the information out, my meetings, and people like you, Rex, and people that are telling the truth and bringing on the right people, you know. And we're all in this together. And nobody left out. Well, we're going to see where this goes for us in a few months. Well, things will start happening this month and next month. There's going to be earthquakes, unbelievable weather as we move forward. And I'll keep everybody updated with my meetings, my YouTube channel, and other people like me, and the 5 people I'll be working with once a week. You're going to start seeing these crabs coming real close. You're going to be able to outline and probably even see inside some of them. So, and once we get close to go a little bit beyond that, they're going to start showing themselves who they are. And they're going to be the good ones. They're not going to be the bad ones. You're going to know who the bad ones are. You know who 4 of the bad ones are right now from my drawings. But the good outweighs the bad. Just in our universe alone, there's 960 planets for the good versus 360 planets for the bad. So you can see how the good outweighs the bad out there. And then you haven't got into inner and outer dimensions, galaxies, universes, and how many ETs are really out there. And if you really think we're the only ones, you're going to find out very soon we're not. We don't have things out there that can do what they can do. And what we're trying to do to a point, you know, with some of the alien technology they got back in the 40s and 50s. So that's kind of what I got to say. Rex, you want anything else, let me know.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, it's fascinating, and I really appreciate you coming on here with us, the Leak Project, and sharing with us your experiences and pictures that you've put together and drawings. It certainly is remarkable. And yeah, I will definitely stay in touch. I hope you keep us informed on your upcoming endeavors, and let's hope for the best. Thank you for everything. Appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I will. We'll keep in contact. And hey, it's an honor and pleasure to be on your show. And, you know, I hope we hit some things for people to make them realize we're, number one, we're not alone. And number two, we're all in this together, and we're all going where we're supposed to go and be happy. And no disease, no poverty, no wars, no killing. What a world.
You know, and if
thanks again.
Absolutely. And before we close, give our listeners your website, your YouTube channel, and ways that they can get in contact with you, please.
My YouTube channel is Ray Koslanich, or UFO Paranormal and More. Kosulandich. First name is Ray. Totally working on my website. That'll be up there pretty soon. I have my meetings the first Monday of every month. It's a place called CJ Muggs, Webster Groves. And I have a different guest. I'm booked all the way till September 2016. But all my meetings are taped. Go to my YouTube channel. I got 23 videos that I did in the past at the bowling alley. They're going to be coming on. Ian Hack and his beautiful wife, Correa Hack. She does my flyers. He does my videos. I'm going to try and speak next year at Eureka Springs. I put in for it, totally put in for it, and in California. I'll let everybody know about that because George wants me to start doing more conferences too. But you guys can contact you. You want me to give them my phone number? They can contact me and talk to me too if they want.
Hey, it's up to you, Ray. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to see this broadcast, and in the future, they'll listen to the podcast. So it's totally up to you, my friend.
314-457-9437. I never forget anybody, and I have time for a lot of people to talk to. And I understand people got questions and answers and where we're going. No, this is real. It is real. You know, I'm out here to bullshit nobody. You know, I was groomed and had great morals from Tulane people. Gave me the morals to be a fighter. I'm here for them and the people on this planet. That's where I'm at. That's why I do what I do. I love you guys. Your show, Rex. And again, thanks a million.
Absolutely. Thank you. We'll talk to you later. You have a
good
night,
buddy.
Earth. And it has all different kinds of colors. If you look at the next slide, you see that the planet has all different kinds of colors, browns and blues and greens. This is the sign of a living world. But when you switch to night, that's the next slide, please, you begin to look at the fact that this planet has a civilization upon it of humans. And not only is it extending to the Americas, but on the next slide, you can see how we are spread across the entire globe. Now, in the ships of the Galactic Federation of Light, which is the group that is coming to help us, what we have to understand is that all these ships, these advanced technologies, are here not only to observe us and to help us in this shift, but to come down and be a part of a vast new reality. So let's look at the ships so that we can better understand what is happening. Now, the first ship is the one that's dearest to my heart. This is the Syrian ship. Now, the one you see here in its orange colors is the Syrian scout ship that I was on a lot of times. It's about 100 feet in diameter, and it is wonderful to be on. It has 3 levels, and what happens to the ship when it takes off is you really don't feel it. But for me, most of the time when I was on this ship, I was on the bottom level of the storage devices, the storage pods, etc. So I didn't get to see only once in a while the ship when it actually operated. Now, beside the Syrians, which I'm the most familiar with, there are other groups. Now, the next slide shows the Arcturian scout ship. Now, this has the traditional lenticular shape, which many of you may have seen when you see lenticular clouds moving across the sky. Now, this is what it actually looks like when the ship is uncloaked. And you'll notice the almost lens-like design of the bottom of the ship, and at the top, this wonderful lens-like bump, which is where the crew's quarters are. And this particular picture that you're looking at right now is one that was taken by a person in Arizona a couple of years ago. And you can see gliding across the desert floor. Now, the Arcturians are the healers. So the Syrians are mostly the diplomats and the people in charge of designing the planning for the first contact mission. The Arcturians are primarily designed in the process of healing, which is the great shift we're all going through, which we're going to be talking about shortly, and our role in what happens to us in it. And so the Arcturians, which are a race of slender, beautiful-looking, horse-like people, are the people that are in charge of most of the medical teams. And one of the great things that I got to do was to meet one of them, which is our friend Miss Supa, as we like to call her. And she came in these kind of ships, and she used to all the time use them. And there's other ships which we'll be talking about also. So let's go to the next slide. Now the next slide shows you an Orion scout ship. This one is from the Mintaka group in the so-called Belt of Orion, and it's bringing a beam down. Now these ships were originally on the other side. They were part of another group that no longer exists. And the important point is not to remember the name of the group. The important point is to remember that they are now part of the Galactic Federation, so I'm really not going to get into that. And what these ships are now doing is being modified so they can more easily exemplify the energies of light that are a part of the whole process of bringing the Galactic Federation and its first contact mission to us. Now, the next one was taken in Belgium quite a while ago. This is the famous Belgian triangles. And this gives you an example of looking at one in color up close. This was taken by a camera and a telephoto lens, and the guy who took it has released it so that you can see this. And I have two photos. Now the first one, you can actually see how the ship looks. You can see the bright lights, and the lights are so bright that they have this red-like, orange-like glow around them. That's the energy being emitted. And in the middle is the actual power device. Now the difference between this ship and the Federation triangle is the top, where you can see that the triangle isn't quite all there. And these are ships that used to be on the dark side, but are now being used as part of the Federation fleet. And another angle of it can be seen in the next picture. And it's basically the same ship. So let's look at what the Federation is doing. In other words, what is it, when we talk about first contact, what is happening? So now, let's look at that. The first contact scenario consists of 5 basic points. The first part is simply the announcement of the Galactic Federation by new governments, because before the Federation shows up officially, a number of governments which have been causing a lot of problems on this planet will be gone. And they are the main ones that are involved in this particular ability of planet Earth to make pretend that ships from other worlds do not exist. So once that is done, and this UFO cover-up, as it's called by many, including myself, is done, then they will be announced, their benevolence will be explained, and they can finally come forward and begin to talk to us. This will be the first part of the first contact mission, and its final massive, you might say, formal bringing out or coming out party. Now the second part of that coming out party is global telecasts on first contact, in which they will explain what they're doing and about our future and how we are going to go from where we are right now in limited consciousness to being in full consciousness. The third part, after these first 2 are completed, will be the start of an education procedure, namely different education projects for different parts of the globe, and that will be beginning for us to better understand what this thing, full consciousness, is all about and what the Galactic Federation is about. The final part will be the mass landings, and the last part will be the formal disclosing of the time frame between the time they arrive and the time we actually begin our final metamorphosis into fully conscious beings, either in inner Earth or on the ships. Now, the next thing I'm going to show you, the next slide, is called the stages of the first contact operation. Now, in these stages, which we'll also be getting on in a timeline when we get to that part, but this is a good overview so you know what's coming. First of all, devices will be installed in our home and office that will use Galactic Federation technology. This will finally free us from the problems with energy, the problems with food, farming, and all kinds of things that we have material. The second thing will be introducing magnetic lifter technology. That gets rid of aircraft, and it also allows us to move pretty instantaneously from one part of the globe to another. The next part will be visits to motherships to explain exactly how these technologies operate and begin to introduce the timetables to us. And the final part will be the start of a whole series of intensive education and training projects on our true Earth history, and as I said, on what consciousness and especially what full consciousness is. So let's look at this in a little greater detail with our next slide. When you prepare for first contact, as the first bullet says, it's a raising of your awareness of spirit and a leading you to question the many accepted truths of your society. For most of our history, those in power have actually used history, as Herodotus said, the victors write the history. What has happened to us is that we have had a history installed into our consciousness that is for the powerful to remain the powerful, and not for us to suddenly get upset and do things that would upset the apple cart, so to speak. The next thing to prepare us for first contact is to know that first contact is more than the arrival of a vast fleet. It is about the ending of our perceptions of ourselves and the start of a new paradigm about who we really are. In other words, we are going to discover our great and incredible full potential. And finally, first contact is a portent that we are shifting into something truly glorious. So this is what we're going to be talking about next. But let's finish up this section first. So next slide, please. This process of change that we've been talking about requires that we take bold measures and educate our communities about first contact. One of the first roles that all of us are going to be asked that are involved in understanding first contact and in being those people who have for long periods of time understood what this is to educate people on why we are being in the midst of a first contact and why we are going through so many incredible changes. The second thing is that we need to understand how many changes relate to that of Mother Earth, the Sun, and the entire solar system. This is not just a change of ourselves, it is a change of our entire reality. And that's something that we also have to understand as we prepare for first contact. And this is something that we've talked about before in a lot of my previous lectures. This change is likewise affecting our collective perception on how this reality operates. In other words, seeing this reality not as something that is unchangeable, but seeing it as something that our consciousness, our collective beliefs can alter, and alter in a vast way, from being something that is limited and a struggle to something that is abundant and a joy. Now, let's look at what is happening. Now, the first thing we're talking about is working with a consciousness shift. Now, in doing this, we realize that we are moving from an old chakra system, which you see on my left, and as you look at the screen, it's on your left, to what's on the right. Now, on the right is the new 13 chakra system. On the left is the old system, which was a system, and basically we had been shut down to a certain level. The other one is when we're expanding. And this is what the shift is about. Our moving from a limited mode to an expanded full potential aspect of ourselves. So when we're working with the consciousness shift, the first thing we have to understand, next slide please, is that you are quickly shifting from the 7 to a 13 chakra energy system. This is reconnecting parts of your body that were either dormant or largely underused. It's estimated that there are over 200 minor energy systems in our body. These are all going to be connected together, which will bring into its full use many systems that were combined together to create the 7 system that will now become the 13 chakra system. An example of this shifting is this new chakra system developing in our head, which we'll talk to in a minute. Now, as you shift in both your head and in your body, you will discover that part of this process leads to aches, pains, fatigue, blurry vision, headaches, and even occasional heart pains or palpitations. So let's look at the head chakra. Now, if you look at the head chakra, you begin to see that there's two triangles involved in this. The first one is the triangle that connects to source and brings the energies down. These are the universal male and female, and then the head chakra. And then the system that takes that and allows that energy to be spread throughout the physical body. And that is, of course, done by 9 and 10, which are the other two, the pineal, the pituitary, and also the well of dreams at the base of the head, which deals with the internal soul vision. So the head then becomes a control center for the entire body and brings the energy in. Now, this energy is not only being brought into the head, but into the RNA DNA. So next one, please. Now, healers need to understand these changes when working with patients. So understand that the body is changing and shifting. Understand that people are going through a lot of pain. And understand that a lot of this pain is not just what you may have learned before, but is part of a massive integrated system to allow all of us to shift. Now, beside our physical shift, which is integrating our mental and emotional and spiritual energies with our physical energies, time likewise is speeding up as the number of daily magnetic and electrical shifts of our reality grid. So, what is happening? If you were to look at the day, it seems like there's still 24 hours, 60 minutes, and 60 seconds, etc. What's really happening is, just as you approach the speed of light and everything seems the same, the world around you is actually going by faster. So the same thing is happening to us. We are going through a quantum time shift. And this quantum time shift is speeding up our days, which is why many of you may see or feel that you can't do enough in a day. Well, that's true. There's not as much time in the day. Now, these changes are really a tool. So use them wisely to guide humanity through her coming transitional stages. By that I simply mean, as healers, as psychics, as people who hold energies, as people who understand and use rituals, use all of this to help focus this energy so that all the people involved in these shifts can be able to complete these shifts as easily and as wonderfully as possible. In other words, if there's pains, help them to relieve it and look at the reasons why these pains, etc., are happening. Now, not only is this happening in the head, moving through the body, but likewise, it's also happening in your RNA DNA. So if we look at the next slide, you see what is called the 3-strand RNA DNA on your right and the traditional one on your left. Now, the one on the right, the red line there, has always been there. But originally, it was thought to be a non-connected remnant of our evolutionary past. Instead, it's a remnant of our full conscious past. It's something entirely different. And so this red line now is actually, as you see in the diagram on the right, is reconnecting to all the different aspects of the RNA DNA. And the result is that we are now connecting ourselves into a expanded genetic structure. Now, this expanded genetic structure is also working with the scalar wave patterns in the head to move the body into its new reality. And that's what we have to understand, is we are transitioning to a new reality. Now, next slide. As we go through this transition, there's a need for community projects that express our joy and educate others to what is happening. The most important thing for us, and it doesn't matter the size is not important here. What is important is the energy. So just remember that. The energy is the key. So when you do that, express your joy in whatever it is that your talents and your abilities want, and use that medium to educate others to what is happening about contact, about our consciousness shift. There's also a need for resources, meetings, communications, and technology centers that can explain the new reality to the public. This is one of the things that PAO wants to do, planetary activation, but we also ask everybody else to go out there and use your abilities to create resources and meeting communication places and technology centers so that people can understand the shift to the new reality. There is a need also for a new media that can uncover and disclose what is really happening on Mother Earth. The news that most of us hear on television and radio, I hate to say this, but it's not really news to speak beside the usual disasters and problems that you hear about all the time in all the newspapers. What we really need, most importantly, is for us to understand what's happening. So all the people out there that are doing internet research and are putting out there, continue to do so and connect. The key point is networking and connecting on all different levels. It's very important for us to understand that, because one of our most important roles as a vanguard for First Contact is to understand and disclose and communicate with one another. That really helps the shift process, and then the healers and those involved in the medical and healing arts to help us through the various aspects of the shift. And so in that way, we can understand better what is happening. Now, to give you an idea what I want to do as a prototype, let's look at the next slide. Now here you can see what we like to call our galactic adventure centers and their relationships to PAGs. At the top is the main PAG, which I hear called the Mother GAC or GAC, which even though I don't like the word, it sounds like a duck. GAC, GAC. So all the GACs, the Galactic Adventure Centers, are related to all the PAGs, or our planetary activation groups. And so their purposes are threefold. First, to explain to the community about First Contact. Second, to use their joys and talents to communicate to people about the shifts and changes going on in ourselves. And third, environmentally, to explain to people about what's going on in planet Earth and the need for a true guardianship. So this is a prototype, and this is what I'm hoping very soon to be able to start establishing. Now, let's look at, since we're talking about Earth guardianship, let's look at the Earth and see what's going on with it, so we can have a better idea of what's happening. Now, in this next slide, you see about its firmaments. Now, the firmaments originally were two levels, so this is usually called a two-firmament planet. And in the bottom firmament, which was 15 to 18,000 feet up, was a very thin, like 2/4 thickness pieces all together as one huge sheet of ice. And this ice sheet ran entirely around the planet, and the only openings were at the North and the South Pole. And then above that level, almost like double the distance up, because now you're at 36 to 38 to 35 to 38,000 feet, is the second level, which was connected in the same way. Now, the reasons why these things hung up in there is that there's a natural resonance pattern set up in the ice. And this acts almost as like an anti-gravity magnetic resonator, and that allows it to stay up. Now, in order to make sure the resonance stays in the right frequencies, so there isn't any occasional falling of part of the firmament down where it has to be repaired, during the time of Atlantis and Lemuria, special crystal temples were built, set to those proper frequencies, and they constantly radiated upwards at important energy nodes to these two firmaments so that they would then be allowed to maintain themselves at a maximum capabilities. And when they fell, as was to be expected, with the change in resonance patterns, the first or lower pattern fell first, and then the upper level fell second. The first level was the so-called Atlantis flood, and the second one was the so-called biblical or Great Flood. And this opened up our atmosphere to where it is today. It's kind of like a crude, open atmosphere. It would be like if you were in an air-conditioned house and all of a sudden everybody broke all the windows. The air conditioning doesn't work very well anymore. And in fact, it will overwork and be gone very quickly. And then you'll be at full mercy to the weather. And that's what happened to us. Weather happened. Now, this system is now being reestablished. Very long ago, when I was still in Hawaii, it seems that way to me now anyway, I first heard about in 1999 and 2000 to 2001 about NASA studies of how there were hooks in the atmosphere at these two different levels. These are the beginnings, the first physical evidence of these two firmaments. And of course, the rest of it will immediately rise up because these resonators are like seeds. They're just like seeds you would see in many plants where all of a sudden you set one up and everything just is attracted to it. They're like attractors. And at the right moment, the frequency will be set up at the right level and the firmaments will rise up out of the waters. That'll make anything that happened in the movie seem like nothing, I guess. So anyway, let's look more at how the new reality is being transitioned. The first thing that has to be done is to understand that the present two-pole system is being changed. It's changing to a monopolar system, which we'll talk about soon. Another thing that is happening with Mother Earth is that the things are beginning in both the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans for the rising of the continent of Atlantis in the Atlantic and the continent of Lemuria in the Pacific. One of the things that people are probably noticing is a lot of strange and unusual earthquakes. This is from the tectonic plates locking and unlocking and trying to lock again as a presage to the process of rising up of these two large continents. Now, something else that is happening is that the former moon system, the two-moon system, is coming forward. And by that I mean NASA has discovered that there are strange little particulates in the orbit of the moon, which indicate that there are places where the possibilities for two other moons exist. Now, the present moon is to be moved back to where it originally came from, which is the outer moon of what will soon be the reconstituted planet of what they like to call Bellona, or which is the goddess of war, because it'll be right next to Mars. And also, to those who wonder, what does that mean? Some people like to call it Marduk, but I prefer to call it Bellona because that's what the Federation wants it to be known as. Maldek, yes. I call it Maldek, excuse me. So anyway, I haven't used the name so long I forgot it. So anyway, let's look at the two-pole system and see how it's changing. Now, the Earth is really hollow, and we'll be talking about that shortly. As you can see by the chart that you now see before you, the South Pole is migrating, and this is one of the things that geophysicists in the South Pole area in Antarctica have been discovering, is that the South Pole, for some strange reason, is migrating inward, and northward. The other thing that they have been noticing is that the northern polar region is spreading itself farther and farther south. Many people think that this might be the beginnings of a pole shift. But what I would like to put forward, and what the Federation, the Galactic Federation, has told me, is that this is actually the start of moving Earth into becoming a true monopolar planet, and that is in which the South Pole is on the inside and the North Pole covers the entire outside. Now let's look at inner Earth so that you understand it, and then we'll talk about our roles in the present time with inner Earth and with the whole first contact process. Now, the Earth is actually hollow. It has a huge section at each pole, about 800 miles, which is the hole. The whole section then is very, very large, and represents the rest of the full 8,000 miles across of the Earth, with only 400 miles at each side being the actual crust and surface. And as you look here, you can see the surface area is actually wound up around that as one system. So actually, if you look at the surface of the Earth, it really continues on the inside. As a matter of fact, if you look on the right in this diagram, you'll see that I'm talking about. Basically, the Earth on the outside and the Earth on the inside are the same. Continents, oceans, mountains, rivers, streams are there. Now, the only difference is that in the 400 miles between the outer shell and the inner shell, so to speak, of the Earth, there is a series of caverns or natural holes or large, well, I just call them caverns because that's really what they are. Cavern worlds is what we call them. And this is where a large amount of so-called crystal cities are located. Telos, example near Mount Shasta, is one of these. So this is actually what is happening on here. We have this inner Earth glowing, the inner core, and that's how the daylight is. So the inner Earth is always in daylight, a very strange daylight. It's kind of like a smoky covered flame on the inside. So it's not as harsh as on the outside from the sun, but it's still very, very bright. It's like a very bright Klieg light that's been covered by cloth that's transparent. And that's why a lot of people call it the smoky sun or whatever in the inner Earth. Now let's look at some more of what our role is in this transition. The first thing is, as I was explaining, all of us need to hold the energy for this reality shift. Think of yourselves as being the grid nodal points for this shift. Every human being on this planet contains a vast amount of energy that they are holding. If we take this energy and anchor it into the Earth, the core of our reality, and into our source, we then bring all the energies down around us. And then we can focus them. We become like a little crystal. Think of ourselves as 6 billion plus little crystals. What we are to do, what they would really love us to do, is to take this energy and focus it and anchor it in so that it comes in as these waves of energy come in, they're spread across the planet. Just look at it like a wave, and you're kind of like the wave shaper. And the wave comes in, and you smooth it out and send it to everybody, and it just moves around the planet. And you see these waves of energy moving around the planet. So this is one of the things that they would really like us to do, and encourage. Another thing is to be aware that you are shifting. By that I mean it's like you're a radio. You're constantly having a whole series of frequencies changing within you. So one of the things you need to do is to stay centered. That's why it's so important to stay centered. When you get off of focus, when you get off of being centered, what happens then is you cause a great deal of confusion because there's a lot of energy. All these frequencies are all incredible amounts of energy, and it can cause mass confusion. So one of the things you have to do is to stay centered and then use your inner energies to aid this procedure of change. So constantly see yourself as this radio that needs to be tuned, and constantly see humanity as a massive, larger radio. One of the things they do in astronomy, they talk about using arrays. And arrays are simply where you take a bunch of smaller radio telescopes and you network them together to create a larger one. That's what we are. We're like a giant array, 6 billion plus pieces. And it's focused around the entire planet. So think of the energy as we move this energy inward, and parts of this network come together and create this array, and it gets larger and larger and larger. It makes the process of change that much easier. Therefore, it makes it very important for us to support one another. We need to understand the importance of supporting one another. Having another aid you in what is happening is most important. In other words, educate yourself and educate others. Get people out of their fear as best you can. Be willing to support them. Help them out. Be a mutual support system. This is one of the most important roles in this transition that we can go through, because we are constantly being misinformed, we are constantly being brought into states of denial, and we are constantly being told that what we feel intuitively is right is wrong. So what we have to do is understand that that's all upside down and backwards, and come together and work our ways through all of that, get rid of the fear, center ourselves, tune in, understand ourselves as a giant support system, and begin to help one another. That's when the community aid comes in. If we help in the process of understanding who and what we are, then we have a better chance to understand who and what we are doing. So be aware of what is occurring, as it does in the next slide. You need to be able to inform and aid your community when first contact begins. So the first thing is understand about contact, understand about the different scenarios, understand about the different parts. And what we're going to be going into later is that talking about contact itself and the post-contact environment. So in the initial contact environment, we have to support each other because we're in a state of mutual uncommunications on a mainstream basis. So what we have to do is link together and understand ourselves and our differences. And let's not let our differences and our fears about our differences stop us. Let's go beyond that. The purpose of what we are doing here is to better understand the process of change and consciousness shift, and also to understand that we are not alone. This is most important. A lot of people, when they look at this whole process, look upon it as them against the world and what is going on out there. What we have to say to them is, you are not alone. Great changes are happening. The Galactic Federation is coming, and we need to do certain things in order to ensure that this contact is carried out as we would most likely want it to happen. In other words, the best possible case scenario. That's what the Federation wants. It wants the best case scenario. It wants this change in governments. It wants ours to be abundant. It wants us to be able to freely communicate as sovereign and free beings among one another and understand the process of consciousness in its fullest and most richest terms. And in doing this, we also understand what we've just been talking about, namely that we as a physical, spiritual, mental, and emotional being are shifting. What are we shifting from? We're shifting from this experiment in Atlantis, which we've talked about in many other lectures, to the fully conscious being, the galactic being, what I also like to call the physical angel. And this is the name they also gave to me a long time ago as the terminology. And I think it's a great term, so I use it a lot. So what we have to really understand is that we are becoming physical angels and that this process is inevitable. There's a timetable. What we are doing are basically three things. We're the support system, we're the information system, and we're the anchoring system. And so when we understand that, it becomes pretty clear what's happening in this whole process. Now, a lot of us have all kinds of worries about what's going to happen when all of this stuff comes forward. And people see it. And people are afraid of all kinds of changes. And we're going to be talking about that. Now, the most important thing for us to understand is the thing about helping one another. So let me talk a little bit about star seeds here. Now, first of all, let's talk about what a star seed is. A star seed is a being from another world that have decided to incarnate on this world. Now, why did they come? Why did a large part of us, some people say as many as 20% of the population or more, why didn't we come here? Why did we decide at this particular period in time to arrive and incarnate ourselves on this pain planet, as a lot of other people, including myself, like to call it at the present time? Now, why? Because our role is to be one of the chosen intermediaries between Earth's people and the Galactic Federation of Light. We have come here as kind of an advanced force for first contact. And we've come here with a whole bunch of abilities which are normal in other parts of the galaxy. Unfortunately, they're not normal here. And in my case especially, and I know in the case of a lot of other people, this place is pretty confusing. Since I was a little kid, I have looked at Earth in amazement. And even though I've studied its history and become an expert on large aspects of things, I was even have degrees in Southeast Asia and public administration, etc. What we have to understand here is that Earth is really upside down and backwards. It's wonderful that all these magnificent cultures and languages have been created, and also all these different religions, but what we have to understand is that there is one basic energy, love. That energy is in all of us. And that the other thing is that this love energy is interconnected, so that we are all interconnected, loving beings. That's our basic who you are. The second thing we have to understand in that is that we have unlimited potential. A full conscious being can do practically anything that's within their life contract and the will that they have set up for each lifetime. So, understand that. Now, with that energy in you, you come to this planet, and all of a sudden, a lot of it is lost. So you're in confusion because things you could do before you couldn't do, etc. And you have memories of it, and you try to do it and it doesn't happen. Or you do it and it's discouraged. So, as I said before, of all the groups on this planet who I've been asked to anchor in energies, because you are beings who have been connected to your full potential more than other people on this planet and have experienced it sooner than a lot of people on this planet, your prime task is to anchor in the energies provided by heaven that induce change and prepare Earth for first contact. So as I said, you are kind of like this love core advanced group. You've come here to use your love and your energies to help humanity anchor in these great energies and prepare for the arrival of our space and spiritual families. This is a great task. We willingly took it on, not understanding totally the process of what it's like to live on planet Earth. Now, one of the things we will be asked to do is to actually get out in front of people, as I'm doing, and tell your particular community about first contact as it occurs. This is very important. People have to see that it isn't War of the Worlds, it isn't some crazy thing happening, and that everything they're happening to them or seeing or hearing or feeling isn't real, because people have been taught to not trust their feelings from the time they're little kids. So we have to get them back into trusting these feelings, back into trusting their intuition about all of this, and getting back into accepting and loving what's about to happen. So that's really important. And then finally, you have to remember that you have been put through first a lot of the many aches and pains associated with this consciousness shift that we've just been referring to in the first part of this lecture, or this message. So understand that you've already gone through this a lot earlier, and that a lot of the things you're now experiencing are ahead of what other people are experiencing. And this is something that we have to understand. And so we have to lovingly use ourselves as, you might say, proof in the pudding of what's happened, and that you can move through it. So one of the things we have to do is inform people. This is our support system. We're supporting each other. So do that, please. That's important. Once we are able to do this, it becomes possible for us to move through this faster. And that's one of the most important things that we have to do. So what I want to do here, before we get into the post-contact, is talk a little bit more about the process of change. So, what we have to understand is that this planet has gone through periods of great transformation. People who study history of technology and history of thought, philosophy, look at us and see that we have been divided into several periods of change. What is happening now is, for the first time, we are connected to each other. People in China can talk to people in South America. People in North America can talk to people in Africa. People in Australia can talk to people in Europe, etc. And this can be done almost instantaneously. And we're moving more and more with this technology from it not just simply being a voice on a phone or a typing in of technology on a computer, but an actual looking at people. In other words, a vision. So we are becoming people who are electronically talking to other people. So it's important for us to understand that this is part of this acceleration of technology. So the next question would be, what is the next natural level for this technology and history of philosophy to move us towards? All people who study it talk about three basic things. First of all, the concept of accepting consciousness. What does that mean? We are becoming more aware of our relationships to everything. This has brought out the ecology movement. This has brought out the whole concept on our planet about life being interconnected. So we're seeing that we have a duty to our planet, and we're seeing that we have things we have to do to help maintain the ecological systems of the planet. And the third thing that we're seeing is that the previous technologies, which were so-called dirty technologies, the massive industrial technologies of the past 200 years, that they no longer are required, that we are moving into a period that is actually something different. We're moving into what some people call the post-industrial age. And we're also talking about the post-electronic age. What does all that mean? That means that we are moving into the next stage where we become what are being called planetary humanity. So as you look at all of this, what do you start to see? What do you start to look at? You see that the next natural stage in this planet is to become planetary humans who move out into space. We are then becoming ready to become more than planetary humans. We are ready to become galactic humans. Now, we're not quite in the full galactic human stage. But what is happening to us right now is that we are accelerating that through our technology. But also, because of our shifting that we've just been talking about, which was brought about by the electronic age, we are integrating ourselves and raising our awareness. So as you see this, what you then have to understand is our integration, our raising in consciousness, and our need to communicate and be in oneness with one another and being in harmony with one another are a natural process. And this has brought in the next part of our shift, which is to move into the galaxy, as I just explained. So what is happening is, all of this is happening because it's the right time. All of this is happening because it has been created by our societies. Our societies have now reached a point where they have to either vastly shift, or we then run into a major problem. And that problem is that we then have to worry about an extinction. That's why life on this planet is dying at such a rapid rate. We are next if we don't change. It's either right now, shift or die. Those in our planet and in our galaxy who understand that, and the inner Earth people, as well as those around this entire galaxy, understand that and understand our role. And therefore, they look upon what is happening to us as a natural process for change. And they want us to be successful in this shift. And that's why they are now here. First contact is the completion of the next gigantic shift in our industrial and technology part, and in the aspects of our philosophy. In other words, everything is coming together. We have a mutual philosophy of of being able to connect, understand our conscious relationships to one another, and that our technology is just a tool that can allow us to reach our next levels of consciousness. So this is what the whole first part of this lecture has been about, allowing us to prepare for contact. So in the next part, what I want to do is talk about contact itself. So now, let's look at contact itself. If you look at the timeline, the first thing that you see is that in the first week of contact, Galactic Federation personnel want to be able to go forward and just relate to us. We have to get used to the fact that we are not alone. The immensity of this to our psyche cannot be understated. We have been told from the time we are little kids that we are alone in this vast galaxy. Suddenly, we aren't. Oh my God, we aren't. So they want us to understand why we believe this and who they are, and just interact with one another. So they thought the first week of contact should just be that. It became like a orientation party, so to speak. Now, the next phase, which involves the entire first month, is technologies that are required to change this planet and to change our lifestyles had to be introduced. So that's the next phase, to be the first month. The first step is to get us simply accustomed to Galactic Federation personnel and for them to have an initial time to interact with us. This is very important. One of the most important things that those who have been living among us from the different fleets that are a part of the Galactic Federation First Contact Mission have discovered is just how freaky to a lot of people the concept of people from another world is. This is something that amazed them, because to them it's no big deal. They meet people from all over the galaxy all the time. It's no big thing. To them it's going to Earth or going off to Sirius or going off to Arcturus or going to one of the stars in Andromeda is as simple and easy for them as flying to Spain or going cross country in the United States from one coast to the other. It's no big deal. So they want us to get off the big deal. And also they want us to see the vast amount of spectrum color in the skins of all the people on the different worlds that make up humanity in this galaxy. Seeing a brown person that's really brown, and seeing a person who is dark chocolate brown or is red and really, really red, or is orange or green or purple, they want people to get used to that, or blue or red or whatever. They just want us to get used to that. To see somebody also that's taller than us or shorter. To get used to the whole concept that humanity has decided on a whole package of things to create itself in across the galaxy. Now, as I said, the next month, the first month, is to be devoted to the primary technology transfers. Now, these primary technology transfers are three things. The first one, which is most important probably to households on this planet, are the devices that allow us to make our own clothes, make our own food, have the food prepared as we want, and make our own furniture, and even make our own house. And this can be done very swiftly. All you need is a plan, and it happens. 3 days after the plan is installed in these computers and these special devices, voila, a house, a building, whatever. So if you want to create furniture, think of it. You can get rid of your furniture every day if you want and make new ones. Or new clothes. Or if you wanted to have different kinds of food, you can have it. And then the other part in this first month is to begin a major global education program. And this education program is educating us about our true history and our true origins. It is most important that we understand both of these things. Now, after this first month of understanding who they are and this initial technology transfer, the next thing is to tackle the Earth's major problems. So the second month will be involved in the use of various technologies to tackle the Earth's pollution problems and to renew Mother Earth's ecosystems. So let us continue by beginning after the first 2 months of the first contact timeline. Now, in the first part, we talked about coming together, we talked about bringing in technologies, and we talked about beginning the process of allowing us to fight our pollution and save our ecosystems. Now, in the third month, the process now becomes more expanded. That is, we have to begin to devote ourselves to first contact training. What do we mean by that? We need to begin to understand in our own unique way who and what we are as full conscious beings. In other words, our telepathic abilities, our telekinesis abilities, etc. So what we're going to do in the third month is go to school, a fun school. Now, to do this fun school, we need volunteers. I'm sure all of you want to raise your hand up and say, I want to volunteer for this. Well, let me tell you, people have already been pre-selected. And we want you, when you get your name called, to say yes. We're going to come forward and we're going to do this. Now, what are we going to do? What we're going to do is learn about all this we've been talking about and more, and do it in a hands-on way. So we'll start first with learning how to talk to one another from great distances using our minds. We'll learn how to use our minds to move things. We'll learn how to look into the future and understand how the process of change operates on a planetary basis and on a galactic basis and on a universal basis. So this is what the training is all about. And it's going to be done in a fun way. They want us to not feel we're in some kind of a prison school and there's people around saying, "Arn!" We don't want that. We want people to understand who and what they are in a loving way, to be in their heart energies, and to say, wow, I can do that. That's all this is about. We know you're not going to suddenly zip into your various systems, your Merkaba, whatever, and fly all the way around the world. We don't expect that. What we expect you to do, though, is to just begin. Every person has started out as a baby. They could basically not crawl, learned to crawl, and finally, after bumping up and down a zillion times, falling, began to walk, and then run. So one of the things we have to understand importantly, very importantly, is to not overdo it. Just let it be. Just do it in joy on your own level. That's the most important thing that they want me to convey to you about all of this. This procedure is about you becoming who you are and the level that you're meant to be able to take it all in. The levels are a lot greater than you may think now you're capable of, but you are. They'll do it in a way that will allow you to understand it. Like when I was a kid, they would put me in front of a device that would basically take you through a whole book in like 2 seconds. And I'm not just talking one of them little magazines. I'm talking them 600-page books. Blam! It's in your mind. That's the technology of our brain, because our eyes scan. Do you realize our eyes scan in nanoseconds across rooms and pick it all up? Billionths of a second. We got it in. It's done. So what we have to understand in learning about this is his capabilities. And they'll teach it to us lovingly. And they'll learn and we'll learn from this the capabilities of our mind. And as you turn on different aspects of your mind and of your body, it changes your reality. It shifts you. And that's what this is all about, shifting who you are into who you really are. That's what this is all about. So that's the third month. So think of what we're getting, all this stuff. And we got more. Now, beside this, the Agarthans are coming with the first contact groups, and they want to teach all of us about themselves. Who are they? Why the Agarthans have been, so to speak, down there, and we've been up here. And they want us to understand very deeply how important this reunion is to them. And so the third month, they want to have completed that process, the reunion. They call it the welcoming party of Earth. And then after that, the next thing that they want to do is then invite us down. So, the fourth month, we've gotten our initial full consciousness training. We've learned about all the amazing things we can do. We have all this technology. We're fighting pollution. We're changing our world. We're shifting ourselves. So let's see what this is all about. So the Agarthans want to take us down to inner Earth and teach us about inner Earth. Because once all this is done, and it may take a little bit longer than this, 4 months, which I'm giving you right now, is the advanced full-out plan. It may be that it takes 6 months, and we have to slow it down, and that's what the first week and the first month are all about. We interact, we communicate, we feel each other out, we understand the energies of what's happening, and we begin to see that we're in all of this together. And they begin to be able to then figure out the best way to finish this process off and to help us to better comprehend who we are, where we've been, and where we're going, and what we're capable of. That's really what this is all about. And the fitting part of this is our stewardship of the Earth. So as we understand all of this and as we evolve, it's time for planet Earth to evolve. So what is happening? Earth will be changing. There'll be weather changes and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what we are doing is we are bringing in change on the planet. The Earth right now has around it huge brown clouds caused by the fact that parts of the Earth that weren't developed industrially before are now developing. Plus there's these huge clouds of pollution around the Earth caused by the initial industrialization. So we have all this fuzzy stuff, and what has it done? It's created what is called now Earth dimming. What Earth dimming is doing is slowing down slightly the process of pollution. So what happens is, if you were to just remove the parts of the pollution and not solve the problem of the atmosphere, we would get massive global warming. It would be like somebody said, oh, you took the smoky glass off, and now I can turn the temperature up all the way. So what we have to do, and that's why it's being done this way, we have to not only rectify the pollution, we have to change the atmosphere back. We have to intermix it in ways that allows it to return to a period of normalcy where there were layers, each layer worked in its proper way. Because this is the next stage of preparing Earth for becoming its own fully conscious self. So we're showing our love for our planet, and we're showing our love for ourselves, because remember, we're all connected together. So, one of the most important things to remember here is that pollution is a two-way street here. It's not just about getting rid of it all, it's about rectifying the change caused by the pollution. Because if we don't rectify that, just getting rid of it can cause something even worse. So for this reason, it is essential that we do both aspects. And that's very, very important, that we understand both aspects. And that's what we're going to be taught about. Earth is a living entity. It has things going on in it. It's just like a dog or a cow or a baby or a human or yourself with something sick. The sickness, you can get rid of the thing that causes the sickness, but if you don't take care of the symptoms the sickness creates, it can get worse. So it's important that we understand that and how to relate to that. And this is the so-called integrative thinking of higher consciousness that we will better understand. So before we go down into Earth, we will then look at the entire process of who and what we are. Now that we've talked about living in it, let's look at the roles we will play in this procedure. So now, first of all, your role in reality. Now, before contact actually occurs, we'll have monetary prosperity. And this will end the need for joyless labor. Why? If you don't like the job that you're in, you don't need to be in that job you're in because you can do whatever you want in terms of monetary capabilities. Your role is to do things that bring you joy. Joy is very important in all of this. Joy affects your heart and your soul. Joy is what makes you vital. Joy is what makes you happy. Joy is what makes you a successful, interactive, living, spiritual being. So, this role of joy is very important. Now, as you move from a society in which jobs are based upon survival into which jobs are based on joy, it is necessary for people who understand this to be focal points in their communities, to bring their community together and help the Galactic Federation to understand and help the Galactic Federation to educate us in shifting from this joyless labor society, the survival society, into a society that is one of joy and fulfillment and also of solving all our problems. Because if you use your full potential together as interconnected beings, you can do anything. Now, as this all happens, and you take your talents and abilities into your community, you will begin to see that the abilities and talents in your community are like yours. And therefore, you have this vast pool of talent. So what the thing has to happen then is to create a new way of looking at how society is put together. That's what this is about. And so one of the things that the Galactic Federation wants to do is teach us about what they like to call fluid group management and various other things that are part of this process of allowing us to operate as our fully conscious, highly potentialized selves. This is very important. It's a society in which leaders happen because of their abilities, in which they're supported by a society, in which the free sovereign beings are a part of that society, utilize their own talents and abilities to aid the one chosen to lead the project so that that project can then successfully bring the society through any potential problems and then successfully move it forward as a solved problem that then becomes a strength. Now, this is very important because that's the basis of what I've been talking about called Galactic Society. The basis of Galactic Society are fully potentialized beings with their own talents and abilities fully understood, who utilize them freely to interact with one another and create a society that works. It allows every human being in that society to be honored, to be respected, and to be successful. That is extremely important. That's why the Galactic Federation wants us to understand in this post-contact world, wants us to understand why this world can work in this new way and how it can. That how it can is very important, not only to us, but to the entire Federation involved in First Contact. They want us to succeed deeply. They want us to feel that we are part of a great movement to create a new Earth, a new solar system, and allow this wonderful planet to realize its own fully potentialized self. And in this new potentialized reality of planet, solar system, and our new galactic society, we can then use this as a springboard into the universe to do our part in unfolding the beautiful divine plan that is part of how physicality is to be. That is our most important aspect. Now, what will happen to us? One of the most important things, as anyone who looks at it can see, is that change will alter beliefs. It will alter our outlook on jobs, and it will also change our cultural ambience and our cultural ease. This is very important. So you need to provide support for the Galactic Federation's psychological and sociological teams. Their job, as they see it, their task, is to lovingly look at our beliefs and help us understand change. Fear of change is something that we all have. Their task is to help us through it, and to do so in a loving way. And not only will we have the Galactic Federation, but the Ascended Masters will be here to help with the concepts of our beliefs, the concepts of our culture, and how these can be amalgamated and altered in ways that allows for this love and full potentialized being to create a new society. This new society being the Galactic Society. Now, to do this, we will provide, that is the Galactic Federation, new technologies. And these technologies need you to be trained. So educational and personal support for your community, as well as those things needed for each of you to become focal points in your community, to fully potentialize yourself. What we are doing is taking people, a lot of people, with not the proper self-confidence, with improper ways of looking at themselves, and energizing them, and allowing them to see just what amazing beings they really are, and that they are not alone. The way to do this is in a loving way that also allows people to see inside themselves and to change and shift. Now, for everybody who's worried about what this means to the planet, fear not. All the things that are necessary for this change to happen as smoothly as possible is what the Galactic Federation teams have been working on for a long time, for years and years and years, almost a decade and a half of planning. Now, all that planning has allowed them to see basic aspects of how we are. Dossiers have been put out on all of us. They've looked at us. They've decided what is the best way to approach each one of us and the best way to help us to change for the better. This process is what they want to do. But they also know that as we change, we need to help one another. We need a support system that not only is a bunch of people from another world telling us how to do it, but people who have done it, telling us and explaining to us how they've done it and encouraging us to do likewise, and supporting us through both our mistakes and our successes. This is very important. The key they want to explain to us with the group dynamics that they understand is for us to understand about love and what it is, and to realize that love is the key, and that everything involved in this new energy is about love. And once you understand that, and you feel that energy, and you can communicate it to others, you begin to see and feel a whole new reality. That's where they want us to go. That's what the post-contact reality is all about. So, as I've said, they want people who are starseeds to be vanguards. They want people who begin to become more aware and wake up to understand this process as they grow and be able to move forward and connect with one another. So they want people to be nodal points, anchor points, trainers, support systems for everybody else. We all get to play the same game because this game is the game of life. It's the game of growth. It's the game of consciousness. And it's very important that we understand all of that. Now, another aspect of this role is that since the nation state is to disappear, your role is to help in this transition to an interdependent world, which is a word that I made up in First Contact, to mean a world that's beyond interdependent, it's interconnected. And the word they thought would work and that I liked was independent. So I just made it up in the book because that's what we all agreed on. Now, as I've said, the Galactic Federation teams are here to rehabilitate those who are either in prisons or in mental institutions. The process is for all of us to understand who and what we are. And as we realize our inner joys, and as we potentialize ourselves, and as we become who we are capable of being, suddenly the hatreds, the mental challenges and all that stuff can be overcome because we are creating the energies of our full potentialized selves. And that's very important. So what we are having here is, once again, support. Now, as part of that support role, as I just said, the Garthans want, or the Inner Earth people, want to bring parts of groups who are picked to study in the Crystal Cities. They want people to go down there for a short period of time and learn, how does these things work? What is a galactic society like? People will say, I've seen it, I know we can do it, and I even participated in it, and I saw how it works, and this is how it works. So that's what they want. As you come back, you become part of a larger support team for your communities, for your region, for your globe, to bring this planet forward as fast as possible. So that we're all together, we're all in this together, and that's a very important part of this whole procedure, is that we do everything together. The next part deals with people who are involved in science and technology. Now, you're going to be trained in how to maintain and operate the new technology. Your task will then be a new joy. A lot of people who are involved in science are totally involved in science. It's their lives. A lot of people involved in technology really get off on what the technology does and that they're a part of making it happen. So what we want to do is make you even more involved, give you a sense of science, of a scientific paradigm, and of a new technology based upon consciousness, an interaction between you and the device. So the device becomes a living thing that interacts with you just as you would interact with another person. And then learning how you work in the process of making it possible for your own diagnostic abilities to make that system maintain itself at its maximum efficiency. So it loves you for what you are doing and wants you to succeed, and you love it by showing back to it that you want it to also succeed in what it's set forward to do. Now, because of all the boundaries, the religious and cultural boundaries set up by people, we then have to set up, and this is what the Ascendant Masters want to basically do, is set up a vast retraining program that will blur all this previous stuff and allow you to see through it and understand your unity with one another. It's very important that people understand the process of change and also understand how this relates to technology, to culture, to religions, to language, to everything involved with what we might call our lifestyle, or what makes the life environment around us operate. So, as you can see, many of you are to assist the Galactic Federation in presenting to others how fluid group dynamics really operates, present to people how the technology can work, and interact with one another to create a massive new network of beingness. And this beingness is the rising consciousness. And as you move up in this consciousness, you will see how this all connects not only to what physicality is, but to what heaven is, to the spiritual aspects of who and what you are, and how you are related to everything involved in that, and to discover the aspects of who you are at every level, from physicality to the highest spiritual levels up to the Creator, and how you are blending this energy together to create who you are. That's really the most important thing, is for people to help themselves to understand and help others to understand what is going on. And just to use a simple phrase, learn to get it and understand what that means and how you can utilize it and make the world a better place. Now, next one. Now, as the next title says, we're going to be ending the fear and spreading the joy. First contact is the moment when the fear of the last 13 millennium is transformed into a great joy. When love and the fulfillment of what you love, your joy, becomes what you are and how you express yourselves to others and how you interact with others. This joy marks the end of a reality that has manipulated your emotions and used twisted half-truths to control you. The time has come to change that. So one of the things that the post-first contact world is based on is truth, and a world in which manipulation is over. You become who you are, and because you are in joy and love and caring about one another, you interact. Why? Because it's important to you. It's vitally important to you. And so as you do this, it brings you further and further up in awareness. You might say you're ascending with each act of love and interaction. And as this happens, it then leads to a joy, which can mark the start of a new reality in which your natural sovereignty is returned to you. Everybody learns to respect and care for who and what you really are. That is vitally important to the Galactic Federation, because every person in a galactic society, in the Galactic Federation, understands that as a given and looks upon our present society in awe and wonder. And awe in how can such a society exist, and a wonder in how has it sustained itself. So they would prefer that we get into our love, we get into our interconnection, and we begin to learn the simple procedures that allow us to move beyond the cultural and physical nuances that have limited us and kept us apart so that we could be manipulated. The future is about the ending of manipulation, the ending of control, and the expression in each and every one of us of our sovereignty and the joy of our freedom. This is vital, and this is a key point. And that's why it is so essential that post-contact be looked upon not as something with fear, but as a great, incredible, joyous, and glorious place that we are destined to be a part of. That is so important for each and every one of us to just understand, not just from our heads, but from our hearts. When our heart energy begins the procedure of understanding and talking to us, then the Federation feels that they have gotten us to a point where we can indeed become fully conscious, sovereign, and free beings living in a society that expresses all of that. And that's all that our future is about. That's all that this great shift, all these aches, all these pains, all this worry, all this fear that we are creating in ourselves is about. It's how we get out of it, namely no more fear, and understanding fear, and understanding it all. Because fear is just false emotions that feel like we're real, that we feel that they are real, and they aren't. They're false. So fear is not something important to us. Fear is something that happens as part of an attempt to control us. So we're talking about a world in which fear is not there, in which we have complete and utter self-centered love. And this centeredness is this not by ourself. By self-centered, I mean self meaning the planet. It's centered in our planet, in our inner care for each other and for ourselves. We understand who we are. We understand who other people are, and we see how they link together. And this linking is vital. So as we begin to understand all of that, and as we begin the process of this creating of network, which we've already done, by the way. In the first half, we talked about how people are using the technology, such as the internet, etc., to create the truth, to bring us into a point of talking about what we see and feel around us, of the changes, of the pains, of the aches, of all the different things that make us who we are. And that most importantly, we are using all of this to create a change, not only in ourselves, but in our reality. So, this is indeed a mission possible, done under the auspices of heaven and the sacred dispensations of Lord Soraya, one of the three aspects of a creator. Your primary task is to use your inherent talents to anchor in this new reality and spread a global-wide joy to all. The moment draws near for the completion of first contact and the creation of a joyous new future for Earth's humanity. What we are doing right now and what we will be doing are part of a process that allows each and every one of us to create this new reality and make it possible for all of us to understand better who and what we are, our capabilities, and how that relates to one another, and most importantly, how we give back all this love in our societies to our great host, Mother Earth, and to all the other great hosts in the solar system and the entire galaxy and all the galaxies that create the universe. That's what this is all about. Understanding in consciousness is this awareness, this great awareness of self based upon love and spreading that to others. That is the most important thing that we have to do. And so I would like to just close this lecture today by just simply looking at what we're doing as a process of change. And I hope that during the course of this message, I've helped people to understand a lot more of what is happening here and why this planet is shifting, how it's shifting, how it's affecting us, and how the Galactic Federation and the Ascended Masters with First Contact will work through the process of getting us from the society we now live in to the society that we are meant to live in. So I would like to close this message with simply another brief prayer. I would simply ask the Supreme Creative Force to come and bring all the energies brought forth in this lecture on all the many levels and spread it to everyone who hears this, sees this, and feels this, so that they can use whatever is necessary to help create and make possible this new reality. So be it.
Why is this mission possible?
This mission is possible because humanity is shifting at a tremendous rate right now. Our planet is witnessing the greatest coming together in its history. This shift is only the beginning. We have discovered that there are vast movements against war, vast movements for sociological change, vast movements for cultural interdependence, vast movements in this world for working out problems between people. So there is now a connection happening of unprecedented proportions on a global basis. And the same thing is with ecology and with the whole question of global warming. And this involves not only governments, but on the people level. We have seen the greatest people-to-people ambassadorial exchanges in the history of this planet in the last decade, and especially even in the last half decade. So is this planet shifting? Yes. Is this planet moving forward? Yes. Is this mission possible? Of course. And so I would like to thank you all and simply say, Salamat Ja and Zazuma, which simply means blessings and thank you.